星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる。語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to BOL Premier. I am Root. I am joined today by the Ninja Monkey himself. Welcome to the BOL Prem stream. How are we feeling on a wonderful Sunday afternoon?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. This is pretty new to me for the Premier League. I'm really excited to see the gameplay that comes out of both these teams today.
Yeah, well, we are definitely going to see some gameplay. I think saying anything more than that might be either over or underselling it. I'm not sure which, but I'm sure we'll find out once we get into things. We are just waiting on draft to get started. Monkeys will be starting out on the blue side. Dorado will be on the red for game one. But this small little in-between time does give us a little bit to talk about how these two teams have gone so far. So Monkeys, they've had a pretty good split. I have to be said that their season so far has been pretty damn impressive. 3-1 with a chance to take over in first position after Elysium lost out to the Spy yesterday. And their opponents, it's kind of been a bit of an opposite tale right now. Dorado sat down at just 1-3, and every single series they've had has been a 2-0. They did get a 2-0 victory, but they also lost 2-0 three times. And I'm not really sure what Dorado are going to have going into this one. Maybe they can pull something together, but they've got a couple of subs playing in today as well. I wouldn't be shocked if we get a little more of what we've been seeing and the Monkeys just keep on rolling.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting for sure. Dorado's definitely going to be punching up a little bit when it comes to this match, but we'll just have to see how the game plays out. If they come out swinging in game one, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Monkeys to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the positive, I guess, from Dorado's point of view is that you only need to get sixth to get a playoff spot, right? It's not like this is one of the most cutthroat leagues. Top four only are going to be playoffs. It's sixth out of eight, all you need, right? Games like this today are great games to try and test yourself up against those potential playoff opposition, but if it doesn't end up going your way, you still got 2 more weeks. And I think from here on in, if I'm not mistaken, Dorado's opponents should be looking a little bit simpler than they are today. As we are getting into draft, of course, the Zeri is just a permaban up against the Monkeys because Emerge is too good at that champion. He's maybe even getting too good for the league in general, but definitely on Zeri.
Does look like Monkeys is a little bit scared of some form of dive comp, so they're banning out the Jarvan and the MF early. We will see how that plays out.
Yeah, and keep on going through these bands so far. Back to my previous point, I was just making sure I got the rest of the lineups correct. But like Dorado in the next two series after today, they got TPO and TSI who are also struggling down there with them. Like as far as Dorado concerned, this is not the be all and end all series, right? You play today out, you do your best you can. If you end up getting 2-0'd, it doesn't matter all too much in the end. What really matters is how well you can strike back in week 6 and week 7. Those are really where you're going to be testing your mettle. As this draft is taking its time to get through, but we'll, of course, be keeping on going through it. Dorado banning away the Aurora there, second out. Monkeys trying to work out what they want to take away here. I wouldn't be shocked if Nava's Gwen is not allowed, but beyond that, I don't think there's much. Okay, just going to get rid of the Sunrise Lilia instead.
Yeah, and I think Dorado has a leg up coming into this match because they already know that they're the underdogs in this match right now. So there's really not a lot of pressure to them coming in to perform. If they just play their game and play as hard as they can, there's obviously a chance they can take a game off for game one and then play it from there.
Yeah, I think operatives have underdogs very much as we headed into this. Of course, Dorado dogs. It's funny. Let it happen. Ash banned away third and final by the dogs, as Ash Seraphine has not also been allowed in BOL Premier. Deservedly so. It is insane when you get that combo running properly. As going to be the Monkeys picking up the Jinx on B1 when Emerge is not allowed. The Zeri still wants some form of hyper carry. Not allowed to have an Ash Seraphine. Just going to take it this way instead. And I have to say, Jean-Cool also loves playing Thresh, though I'm a little bit scared already for what Dorado can really do to get on to this Jinx now that Jarvan's also taken away too.
Yeah, I probably expect to see a couple beefcakes on Monkey's side just to support that Jinx passive reset. Although Dorado is opting to go for Ahri first, which will be good to help make some picks potentially during the lane phase when jungler comes in. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and Ahri has been like the best champion in BOL Premier by not even close, right? Ari has been picked 13 times and has got a 77% win rate. This champion is absolutely dominating BOL Prem right now. I think that makes it like 10 wins, 3 losses, if I can work out the percentage quickly. And pairing it with Pantheon as well gives it so much more ability to just be where it needs to be at the right time with your jungler, overload aside, play through mid, whatever you want to do. Dorado definitely have an identity and maybe even an avenue to get onto this Jinx as well now.
And I do like them picking Pantheon second. It's a really good flex pick between support or jungle. Applies a lot of pressure in the bot lane if they can get some high aggressive ADC in the bot lane. That can pair really well with Pantheon, but if not, they can still flex him in the jungle and he'll have great roaming potential to gank the lanes.
Yeah, well, I have to see if that's going to be allowed, though, by the Monkeys, as they are drafting a very sad-looking Mummy before moving into their B3. I wonder if they're going to keep that flexible themselves as well. You're talking about the jungle support flex potential of a Pantheon. Looks like Monkey's going to keep that similar avenue open, taking mid on 3, the Sylas into an Ahri. A fine matchup. A little bit of kill threat early as the Ahri into the Sylas. You can take a bad trade, and I'm sure Korra will be doing everything they possibly can to avoid precisely that. But afterwards, it becomes pretty neutral. And once you get a Spirit Rush as well, then the map really does open up. And the other ultimate's already on show. Grand Starfall, very nice for Osiris to get around the map, and hopefully for his sake, to make some plays. Dorado going to keep that open as long as possible. Going to take an Ezreal here on 3. Going to be a no ULOL, so that's the other sub playing today for Dorado, taking that on there. I don't hate it. The new version of Ezreal it's just a buff. Whether you actually take the AP stuff or not, it's now there as part of his kit. Things just like an Archangel Staff, if nothing else, are now completely valid to build into your overall path. I think this Ezreal's in a very fine state, but I do still wonder if Monkeys are able to pick up a couple more beefcakes, then can this Ezreal do enough to get through Monkeys?
Yeah, it's certainly a scary pick. I think the Ezreal's more trying to play safe in the lane phase, but he does have the ability to output a lot of damage now, especially with those new AP scaling that he has on all of his abilities.
Yeah, and well, we're talking about new stuff as well, because new season came around over the week, so we got new runes, new random improvements to champions that probably didn't need it, new buffs to champions that definitely did need it, and more hating on Mel, because that's just a good thing for everyone in general. Ezreal, one of those beneficiaries, as we said, as we're getting through our second rotation of bans as well. Thresh and Braum taken away here by Dorado, not wanting that Jinx to have all too much protection. Surprised, actually, Monkeys didn't take that Thresh we talked about earlier. On the other side of things, Karma taken away from the Ezreal, very oppressive lane, very annoying to play into. Gwen taken as well as a nice little counter pick, as Dorado are going to split that flex. The Pantheon likely now headed up into the jungle, unless potentially goes up to the top. Nautilus going to join the Ezreal down in the bot lane. And now the Monkeys have to work out what they want to do. Enchanter's somewhat less appealing into a Nautilus, but you can kind of match engage with engage when you have a Jinx alongside.
I do like the Nautilus pick down here. He is one of the weaker tanks, I feel like, when it comes to bot lane, but it's really hard to ignore the amount of CC that he can provide for the team. Whether it'll be enough playing against an Amumu, Sylas, and now Poppy will be the judge in the game, but we will see.
Yeah, and I think this pick here for the Monkeys is absolutely insane as well. Just look at the value that Poppy can get into this draft. Every single champion so far drafted by Dorado has a dash. Sion as well, to round things out. Their team fight is insane. The amount of CC they provide and the amount of protection now that is there for this Jinx is almost perfect draft here for the Monkeys. Does exactly what they want. Their lanes are going to have agency, especially through bot, through mid. And amazing at ganking if they want to. You can also just farm up and become a stun bot later on anyway. I think Monkey's got a very nice overall comp here, and Dorado, would even pick into a Sion. Picking the Ornn is not where I'd have gone. This does not feel like the fun half of this matchup for me.
No, and Dorado can't even play the scaling game right now just because of the Jinx in the late game. Will definitely they're going to have to create some form of gold deficit on the monkey side early just to keep them at bay from scaling hard, because it definitely seems like monkeys have won the draft.
Yeah, well, they're very good at winning draft. I'll give them that. This is a specific plus side that the monkeys just kind of bring to every single matchup they're in. I don't know how they do it, but it feels like it is consistent. They feel like they win draft, and they're also pretty damn good when they get into the game as well. So we'll have to see how they perform this time around. Beyond saying we favor the monkeys draft, is there anything in particular you want to focus in on before we send it to a break for game one?
Nothing in particular. Everything seems pretty standard. You got the Jinx, Poppy bot lane, Ezreal, and Nautilus. With the mid lane, you got the Sylas Ahri. That will be fun to watch for sure, because Ahri taking that electrocute, being able to get that off early on Sylas will keep his health down, stop him from wanting to all in. But other than that, top lane's just going to be hitting each other and then recalling and hitting each other and recalling.
Yeah, doing those things repeatedly, and probably at the end of the day, Sion winning out, because the Sion push versus the Ornn push is just kind of better. It means he has a lot more access to the map. He can ult into the fights as well instead of having to just TP down. Feels like Dorado, they're going to be pulled everywhere over this one, and I am glad for their sake, if they are going to be pulled everywhere, that they have a Pantheon, right? That is a jungler that can match a lot more than your typical jungler, just because of the mobility that a Grand Starfall does allow, but we'll have to see if putting out the fires is going to be enough. It feels like monkeys may end up as serial arsonists after game one. We'll have to watch out what happens when we get on the Rift, but until then, we're going to take a short little break. We'll prepare the Rift for you all, and we'll be back when game one's ready. Welcome everyone onto the ref for game 1 in this series between the monkeys and the dogs, the battle of the animals. As we get started, and Korra is unfortunately going to go wide on those change. Efron going to win out that trade as a result. Mid lane, which we said before, is going to be very interesting. Turning out to be very interesting to begin things, though neither side going Ignite. So maybe a little bit of calm before the storm, which apparently Korra wants to keep bringing.
And one thing to note as well, looking at bot lane, Ezreal's opted to go for tier first. He's just letting monkeys know that he has absolutely zero intention on trading or fighting at all. He just wants to farm and stack that tier as quick as possible.
Yeah, I understand why you might do that. However, I think with the Nautilus, you can definitely get an advantage over a Jinx lane. Into a Poppy as well, who's not the best engaging herself unless you give her the angle. Would have liked to see that be a little bit more aggressive. It does have Barry at least for those trades, but also Conqueror, a surprising choice for no Yulol instead of just the more typical thing we see on Ezreal these days, the lethal tempo. It's debatable which we more convenient here, but choosing a bit of healing instead of a bit of extra damage might allow Emerge to come out on top, as Efron is actually pushed in early on by a Silas. That does not feel good. Nice hook, nice steadfast presence in the bot lane. And as we were talking about behind closed doors, as soon as you hit that hook, Jean Cool presses W, and suddenly there is no follow-up, and you almost end up winning the trade there as the monkeys.
Yeah, they're just definitely going to have to take this nice and patient, watch for those abilities, and just play off of them and create small...
Oh, nice jump. Hold on. Flash away from Korra in mid. That was a beautiful charm angle found by Efron. Procs electrocute and gets the turret shot in his favor. Korra now has to be very, very careful. Does still have Silas ability, so his healing is a little bit annoying. Flash charm forward from Efron's going to connect. One more auto surely for electrocute. No, he doesn't have it off cooldown. The Q does not land either. He gets out the way of the pullback, and Korra's going to take first blood, flashing away into the charm that Efron overcommits for. And Korra still finds the way to win on Silas. What a disgusting play that was, and what a disgusting champion too, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, the amount of healing that Silas just provides for himself is absolutely a game changer when it comes to the lane phase, and it really hurts to see that Ahri miss the Q in the way that she did. Just losing out on just that much damage certainly could have been a different result had that Q landed properly.
Yeah, well, I think it probably would have been quite a different result. Now, instead of you potentially being up in the lane, Efron very far behind. Indeed, no flash on pre-6 Ahri is surprisingly gankable, especially by someone like Coop, who does enjoy ganking a lot, kind of at every single phase of the game, really enjoys getting down to 30. Doesn't mind just farming things up as well, going Fated Ashes on the Mumu to go towards Leandri's. Then you typically build a little bit tankier later on, but hey, if you're ever going to gank on a jungler pre-6, then Amumu's an amazing candidate to do precisely that. The CC he provides and the damage that he has is somewhat surprising a lot of the time. We'll see if he does end up turning up towards mid, or if Efron's going to be able to survive that early bit at any rate. But it feels like Cooper now put him into a very interesting position himself. Also up in clear somehow over Sunrise, which is not a sentence I expected to say. Efron's going to go wide in that charm, and that's going to be the cause for Korra to take quite an aggressive trade.
And monkeys opting to get that quick recall in bot lane, get back to lane quickly, get that prio over the dragon potentially if they want to target it.
Wow, Korra. Wow. This Silas is not messing about with things. Efron really feeling the brunt of this matchup, and he's already picked up 6 as well, going Spirit Rushing deep under the turret, charmed up. This was bold. Korra, I'm not sure about that one, my friend. A kill back for Efron, takes an early base. The wave's just going to meet in the middle. I don't know what to say about that one. Cooper has also just taken a lot of time out of his day there to look around for mid. No gank possible. Efron playing it so safe. Ends up skipping his wolves, going to Raptors. And now Sunrise back even in tempo as well. A little bit confusing for both mid-jungle there of the monkeys. They kind of let Dorado back into things a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about before. You just look for those little things, try to create a gold deficit on the monkey side, and it starts just making the gameplay a little bit easier as the game goes on. Because monkeys is going to naturally scale, right? So you just want to keep them as far back as behind in the early game so that their scaling doesn't quite, hit that point earlier on.
Yeah, early Drake timer is now, of course, available. A Chemtech in the pit waits for whichever side is bold enough to take it. Small push advantage going over to the Jinx Poppy actually right now instead of this Ezreal Nort. Maybe surprising, maybe not, depends on who we ask, but Emerge, I mean, he's using a lot of mana to get through this, but the Q through the wave does make that somewhat elementary, as it's going to potentially be the Drake attempt started now. The three of them walking up, going to force Sunrise just a little bit further back. His blue buff is respawning though, so he may look to take that in the meantime, and he could even get down to this Drake in time. If this gets him to level 6, then we're going to have a serious conversation about this Drake fight. A little bit scared for both sides right now.
Does look like Monkeys does have the prio on Dragon right now, having it already set up.
They have started it off. The Poppy and the Moon is still stuck in the pit as someone who doesn't care about the Drake's Tor. Korra just keep on his aggressiveness in mid. I do like to see that. After a misplay that you know is a misplay, to still have the mentality to go aggressive, to be on the front foot, very impressive, as that is just going to be the Drake taken away there by the Monkeys, setting themselves up for a pretty fast soul. I can imagine them getting quite a few Drakes later on as well. There's another charm going to connect from Efron. Scround Starfall into bot. Curse the Sad Mummy's going to hit even earlier though. Homie caught out entirely, and it's going to be potentially more than just him as well. Emerge looking for the one kill to get things started, but Sunrise flashing away out to relative safety. One more auto would surely get it done. Nice flash away from the hook. Finally, the Jinx is going to get a reset, maybe even a second as well. Homie turning up close. Just going to be a 2 for 2. Jean-Cool has to run away from no you lol, but that's an Ezreal. He's just going to keep on firing. True Shot Barrage going to go millimeters wide. Does cost Jean-Cool his flash, but that will be an overall 2 for 2 in the bot side. Monkeys though picking up the Drake, having a small little advantage.
Yeah, minus the Drake, I think that team fight down in bot lane played out really well for Dorado. I think they're really happy with the outcome with that. Ezreal getting one of the kills as well helps him complete his Triforce just that much quicker.
Yeah, and he does need that Triforce ever so quickly right now to match what I imagine the Monkeys going to be trying to do, just running them over in terms of their macro, is the plan that we often see from the Monkeys. Not necessarily working out this time around. The 3v3 well met by a Grand Starfall of Sunrise. Korra has to be incredibly careful. He's just not respecting RE damage there. Nice flash charm from Efron. And Korra incredibly well punished. Does tank up some turret shots afterwards instead of letting the cannon take it first. He might miss out on a plate as a result, but I don't think he cares too much. Second solo kill for Efron now in mid. And that one there was one on the front foot, instead of being so defensive where it was more so Korra just sending under a turret.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we just have the top lane just both smacking each other, doing absolutely nothing, just top lane things. Although Sion is developing a huge gold lead from the CS. So that's definitely not something Ornn wants to see. You want to keep Sion at bay, and having Sion come out on top is just going to make him an absolute monster when it comes to the mid-game team fights.
And this is really the issue with picking the Ornn into the Sion, right? We touched on it in draft. The Sion just kind of gets to exist. It's like playing up against a Mundo in the early game. If you can't put him behind, he probably will just outside lane you for kind of mid to late lane phase, and then he'll really start to take a hold of the game itself. Axel doing an amazing job right now into Nava, up 35 CS, give or take, just absolutely crushing. And that type of a lead might not look like much to begin with, but when you look around the rest of the map, how even everything is, how tense everything is, that basically is the gold lead all through top. And Sion is a champion that can really use that gold. It's nice hook's going to connect in bot here. Grand Starfall as well. I'm going to cut off that top lane thought. It may be Emerge completely caught out. Mega Death Rocket not even bothering to be used. Jean-Claude going to go wide of the Poppycopter as well. Nice play, but now it's Korra roaming back down. They're going to try and keep this around in a 3 versus 3 situation. Depth charge stolen here by Korra, but now it's a 3 versus 4 because Efron's matching roam. Amazing Curse of the Sad Mummy is at least going to stunt up 3, but it's also going to be Jean-Claude sacrificing themselves to get the other 2 out to safety. Cooper with an amazing ultimate, but no way to really follow up after your Jinx is already way dead.
That was a great rotation on Dorado. They saw that Poppy had used her abilities and decided to just go in, because Poppy just can't stop anybody after she uses it. So the timings were perfect there for Dorado.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, right? The steadfast presence is amazing into Dorado's comp, but you can only press it once, right? It is quite a long cooldown. I can imagine Jean-Claude maybe leveling up to try and get it as short of a cooldown as they possibly can, but in the meantime, there's a lot of angles to go after Jean-Claude presses it to avoid one thing, because there are 10 more things you can throw from Dorado's point of view. The Grand Starfall in nice and deep. Ended up picking up a couple kills down there in the bot lane. Now that does somewhat even up the gold lead. We're talking about being a slight little problem. Still, top lane is a problem. Let's not get that twisted. Baxel doing an amazing job into Nava's lane and keeping that push going as well for the Scion. Going to be very, very important. But now, for the Dorado's point of view, you can very easily play through bot, right? We just saw Ari happy to roam down, matching the Silas. We saw another Grand Starfall come in from Sunrise towards his bot lane. And no, Yulol, he's in a pretty powerful state. I wouldn't be surprised if soon he's able to base, but that's not a Triforce first. He built the Sheen, yes, but he's got a Warhammer. Is he going Manamune first?
He might actually be going it first. He's stacking it really well, so, you know, getting that shield with it, with the first item might actually be the difference between him living and dying in those team fights coming up.
As we are going back up to top side, Nava finding a timer to flash in front of an unstoppable onslaught. Does unfortunately charge into a turret shot / 3 turret shots after already flashing to make that play work. Max will not be able to clear out the way, so a 1-for-1 is assured. Don't think that needed to be a 1-for-1, but it's a 1-for-1.
That Monkey is getting the priority over Dragon, seeing that top lane fight. They know that the Dragon's pretty free now, so they're just gonna focus that down. Finish that second Drake at 12 minutes and 20 seconds. They're definitely on speed. They certainly on speed to get Soul very early in this game.
And what a soul it would be. What a soul it would be for Baxel in particular, but not just for Baxel, honestly. If you get this Jinx a little more survivability, this Silas a little more survivability, I am terrified. I don't know if Dorado even have enough damage to get through these monkeys comp. If they get 2 more Mountain Drakes, we could be looking at a very early finish this time around. It feels like Monkey's in prime position to finish this one off with just those Drakes alone. The gold lead, though, still somewhat even across the board. Nava with an early Winter's approach. An interesting decision for sure. Stacking mana, making sure he can clear the waves. As long as he has the health pool, he can stick around forever, of course, if he has that much mana, but he's just getting so well pushed out right now by Baxel, who smartly has chosen not to go for a Balmy Cinder item, because he knows that he already has the push in his favor. He knows he doesn't need to try and match push for push. He already has it going his way, and when he tanks up, when he goes to hit the turrets, he doesn't want to start tanking up 3 turret shots per time either. Instead, he can just keep on stacking Heartsteel, keep on stacking Graph stacks, and end up building more than just a CS advantage in terms of overall raw stats, though Nava still isn't on, still has percentage max HP on his W, and will keep rocking Brittle until the cows come home.
It does look like Ezreal has opted to go into Essence Reaver first.
I'm not a fan of this.
I am not either. I never
also
really
not
seem to have a lot of issues with mana when it comes to Ezreal after your first back. So it'll be interesting to see the build path. I do believe that Triforce definitely feels like one of the best items for Ezreal as the first item. It just gives you everything you need. Movement speed, AD.
Yeah. Attack speed as well is like an underrated part of Ezreal's kit, but being able to use that to just clear out those waves that little bit faster definitely doesn't hurt either. The crit, something that he doesn't utilize as well, so we'll have to see if no Yulol is able to really take full advantage of this Ezreal build. Has got an early advantage through bots we've been talking about before. Jonkel very close to landing a heroic charge. No Yulol, nice. Gonna seismically, arcanely rather, shift his way out of that one as we are ulting into bot here as Baxel. Unstoppable Onslaught used, and Homie flashes his way out to safety. Korra using a Spirit Rush to get down here, well, also using it to get back up to his lane in time, but a lot invested there into the bot side. But when you go for a play, you don't expect both your solo laners to be there, but not your jungler. I feel like there's monkeys there. If you want to make it work on the bot lane play, you got to have the Amumu. How much of your overall team CC is set up by the Curse of the Sad Mind, by just Amumu existing in general? With Cooper not being there, catching Bid, and even having to burn his flash in exchange for Efrons, I feel like that there may have been a small little misstep in the macro for the monkeys.
They are putting a lot of pressure down here in bot lane. Nautilus with a great Q on the Jinx.
I'm not sure it is a great Q though. It's into it. Poppy, guys. You know how the the Poppy does the Poppy things. Nice chance as well, going to catch No You Lol out under the turret, has to flash away, but Cooper's now turned up, and it's double kill before he even gets there, doesn't even find an assist. Emerge only having to use the barrier, and sure, okay, you hit the hook. I don't care who you hit it onto, though. Poppy standing right alongside. You go Steadfast Presence, right? We talked about it before. Poppy press W. What do you do then? Stunned up under the enemy turret, tanking turret shots for days. Homie, I don't think I agree with that angle, and now look at how advanced in the game Emerge was. Before this play, it was kind of whatever, right? He wasn't really ahead, wasn't really behind. Now, he's already got 2 items at 16 minutes.
It's definitely an uphill battle for Dorado. I think they were definitely looking for a quick pick, try to kill the Jinx really quick and reset. Unfortunately, like you said, the Steadfast Presence just completely counters that lane.
Yeah, Cora has to be a little bit careful here in mid. Nice outrange of the Silas. Going to make sure he is happy enough to walk away freely this time around. Early items completed across the board now. We don't just have to look at Essence Reaver and question our sanity. We can look at everything that's going on right now. Sunrise, very far advanced on this Pantheon. Big question, of course, of junglers is can they transfer that lead, not just from themselves, but also onto their lanes. Will be a key factor in how well Dorado can do. But I mean, right now, 2 items spike with 2 very expensive items as well, by the way, on this Pantheon. In a premium position himself to really carry this game, dropping Rift Herald mid, not quite going to get the turret because Shelly got distracted by a minion wave instead, but still a whole lot of damage dealt. And now the Dragon spawning as well on the bot side. Ignore what it said, it's not an Infernal Drake, it's definitely a Malcolm Drake. That was just a very infernal looking Drake, as we are now just fighting over mid instead. Okay, we fight over the mid prime instead of fighting over the Drake. Nice. True Shot Barrage going to get Emerged down very low indeed. The Poppycopter going to send 2 of them flying to maybe even save the day as we head back up the top lane as well, because Baxel is getting deleted in the 1 versus 1. Another nice use there of the Ornhorn is going to get the Brittle Procs, is going to get through that tanky health bar, and Cooper barely going to escape on the top side as well. Cora not involved in any of these fights. Did not care for the shenanigans. A 3 versus 4 in mid is kind of just mitigated by the fact he gets all the split push pressure in the bot lane. But nice kill at any rate by Nava in top, and that may even allow this Drake to go down in Dorado's favor.
Yeah, they certainly lost a lot in that team fight. Not being able to come back with a kill on that just makes that whole fight completely useless on Dorado's side. But they are looking at the Silas right now with the engage, see if they can keep following it up with it. But it doesn't look like they'll have enough damage without the rest of their team.
And they have started up this Drake. Cora being very, very aggressive with just his positioning alone. Is going to at least bait out the hook there from Homie. Now that the Drake probably going to be contested by both sides. Baxel turning up as well. Nava under his turret is getting slightly hit by Emerge, but I'm not really sure that the Ornn cares all too much. No Forge Guard, cool, but Drake already taken as a Mega Death Rocket is going to land on Sunray. The fight going to be started up by now Homie, who hit the Sion with the hook, and I'm sure that is not the target you would want. To Steadfast Presence is beautiful to deny the disengage. Nava and Homie both taken out instantly, and Efron maybe turned on as well here. Has a Spirit Rush to look for the escape, to have to use that at bare minimum in his plight for survival. 2 kills, but the Drake given over, as that is a nice snipe as well off the blue buff. Efron, now that's a greedy wave to take, my friend. Going to be Steadfast Presence into wall, heroically charged down, and the Merge going to pick up a kill. I feel like you could have just escaped and that would have been fine. Pushes the wave and ends up dying.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure Jinx is having a field day with that team fight. You couldn't ask for a better setup for her right there. She was just rocketing away on that team fight and just waited for that reset and then went to the back line to start killing.
It worked pretty well. It worked pretty well. If you give your Jinx that much time, that much space, that much setup, I'm sure you will typically get pretty good rewards, and you will very often get great rewards, where especially you get to play with Emerge. The guy, amazing at hyper carries, that's why the Zeri is a per ban against him. Jinx on a similar tier, but unfortunately you can't ban everything, and so Dorado had to let something through. Jinx performing incredibly well right now. 6 kills already to their name. Second items are starting to come in across the board. Anything catching right in terms of second items here, or is it pretty normal?
Overall for the bot lane, I think it feels pretty normal, minus that Essence Reaver. Like I said, the Triforce, I feel like, just in any situation is just better overall.
Agreed.
I feel like Ezreal's losing a lot of damage and a lot of just ability making because of that.
Yeah, it was certainly a choice to go Essence Reaver in the first item slot for No You Lol. A choice that I hope for his sake does pay off eventually, but for now it probably won't. Something that has caught my eye is Nava, who's gone from Fimbulwinter into Protoplasm Harness. Now, Protoplasm Harness is an item that scales based off of your resistances. Can you see any resistances in this Ornn's kit right now?
Certainly not right now, but I
see
wouldn't be
a magic
surprised
mantle.
if he pivots into the third. Yeah. I totally forgot what the item is called, but it synergizes very well with the Proto Belt, and I would imagine that's probably what he's lining up to build at the moment, and that's going to give him a lot of sustainability in those team fights.
Yeah, well, I had to see if it's going to be all too effective. I think you're looking for like Unending Despair. Is that what you're expecting there? The armor item that gives you insane healing?
It's not Unending Despair.
Okay.
I'll have to look it up, though.
Okay.
Again, I am not a tank guy, so I'm a bot laner. I don't know a lot of the tank items.
You look that up, and I'll keep us going through this one here, as everyone else is kind of hitting those 2 spikes we talked about. Just kind of mid lane, a little bit behind the curve on both sides. I don't really know if there's anything to kind of explain that either. It feels like they have the kills. They've been CSing very well as well. I feel like you kind of sat around the 8 CS per minute mark, doing pretty well for BOL Prem. Just a little bit off tempo, I guess, for Korra and Efron, who are looking to get there. On the other side of things, Coop hitting that 2-up spike on the Mumu, it does feel great. Can confirm you clear things so incredibly quickly, if you're even allowed to. I saw that emerge, looking for a base. If he gets RE off this base, are we allowed to call the next team fight already over?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking grim for Dorado for sure, with as far ahead as Jinx is at the moment. I did, in fact, find the item. So the item that pairs really, really well with the Proto Belt is actually Jack Show.
Okay, really sure. Just stack resistances.
Yep, and I would not be surprised if that's what he's going to be opting into next item. It just synergizes really well with the Proto Belt.
I do have a slight issue with going Jack Shows with no previous resistances. That's kind of like a personal vendetta, I guess I have, as Efron. We've seen this happen before. He's been grouping a lot towards mid, still waiting on his own 2-item spike, and it's allowing Korra a lot of push in towards bot right now. The 4-1 map split from Monkeys has been very effective. Now going to TP in their Scion pretty early. If they're looking at a Drake fight, the Drake isn't even going to spawn for the next 30 seconds. Baxel just looking to make the fight happen. Cooper trying to get the bandage toss. He only hits a minion so far, trying to find no Ulol, not there to be found. Instead, Efron, the one actually caught out somewhat by Korra. Finally, Cooper finds something, but it's just Sunrise. It's a one-man ultimate. Korra looking for the follow-up. Ornhorn has been called. Nice double knockup there. Korra still the first fall down. Second kill as well goes over. Cooper finally going to be eliminated. Second death of the game. Emerge will get a reset at the very least. Homie is, well, incredibly low. Could very easily turn into 2 for 2. These guys had to be backing off, and still somewhat Monkeys advantaged, even though they did lose those 2 on the top side. Nice use there once more of the Steadfast Presence. Nava not allowed to dash into his pillar to get that huge knock-up. Instead, just going to disengage from both sides. Emerge is low on mana, as that is a very aggressive E4 there from No Ulol. Arcane shifting into the front lines, but with the disengage happening on both sides, it is just about acceptable. Axel cancelling his base. Drake has now spawned on the bot side, and the longer this game goes, and I am, of course, scared with Dorado, as we talked earlier on about the scaling and how much of an advantage the Monkeys should have, but at the same time, the more Drakes these dogs get, I almost feel more scared for Monkeys, because you kind of have Jinx to get through everything. This is a Jinx comp, and everything else is supplementary, as we'll go round for round 2. Why not? Let's just keep on fighting before we can even start thinking. Nice double knockaway there by Jean-Claude to start things off. Steadfast Presence into the backline, going to deny any sort of counter-engage. Nava, though, is still going to get something back, but unfortunately, there's still already 2 resets on this Jinx. No Ulol has the arcane shift way over the wall. Efron also flying out to safety, as that is unsafe for the Ezreal. Nice flash also, I think, there, even from Emerge to get himself the 3rd reset of the fight. Efron will eventually go down, and maybe a 1-for-1 with the Scion, but overall definitely worth it there for the Monkeys. They pick up 3 kills for 1, make it 4 kills for 1. I'm blind. They get the Drake as well. They get a couple of turrets. Positive play, and now they can even turn out to the Baron.
Yeah, and this Scion is the literal definition of a tank. If you were watching that first initial fight on the inner turret in mid, it looked like he probably took about 8 to 10 turret shots while tanking half of the whole enemy team, and he still didn't fall under half of his health. So he is so far ahead in terms of just peeling and being that frontline bruiser that you need tank that I just find it really hard for Dorado to ever get through that Scion at this point.
Sorry, I got distracted. I looked at Ezreal's items, and I wanted to say some things I'm not allowed to say on stream. We're going to move on from that and pretend that it doesn't exist, because unfortunately with those items, the Ezreal does not exist. Someone who definitely does is this Jinx. Emerged with a beautiful triple kill during that fight, extending his own advantage, now has bought himself a full LDR on this base. I'm not sure what Dorado can do right now against Emerge. He is so insanely fed. 4 items of pure crit domination. Not even a sign of Randuin's going to be bought on the other side either. How do you stop this Jinx right now if you're Dorado? Do you have anything, or is it just kind of hoping and praying?
The only thing I could think of would be maybe trying to figure out where he lives in real life and...
Okay, disconnect internet. I like it.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't see a lot of success on Dorado's end. Jinx hitting that 100% crit at 26 minutes against a team that's behind and not being able to build effectively against the armor. Jinx is just gonna have a field day in this next fight. I only see this game going on, you know, maybe one more team fight, picking up Baron, resetting, and then pushing down middle to end. I don't see this game lasting any more than another 4 or 5 minutes at most.
There is a chance that it makes it to Seoul. That's kind of like the level of desperation we're talking about for Dorado right now. They are going to need to find one hell of a team fight. They have the tools to do that. Unfortunately, so many of their tools do get mitigated by their opponents, right? They have a lot of tankiness, we pointed out before. Baxel can exist on the front line for the next 5 years, and you have an Ezreal to get through him. Good luck. You can try other things as well. You could try diving onto this Jinx. The Pantheon definitely fine with doing that, but you also have to dive into then a Poppy. And diving into Poppy with a Moonwooth Enter Peel on top is not going to feel good for anyone. Would also like to point out, Jonkel first item Mikhail's this game. He knows his job, right? He knows that his job is to keep his Jinx alive at all costs, and that is the perfect item to do precisely that. Feels like right now, Dorado are in somewhat of an impossible game state, right? A team fight from hell has to happen from the Monkey's point of view, and even then, I'm not convinced it's enough, and yeah, that's maybe a little bit too far up for Sunrise to be standing. Already using his flash, going to get banished tossed onto once more, and that is confirmation of everything we're saying. Emerge turns legendary, there's no more jungler alive, and the worm is now an endangered species.
I was going to say, while you were talking, the only real out that I have for Dorado right now is Ahri just needs to find a way to flank properly and just wait for, you know, an Ornn ult engage with a Pantheon into the back line and let Poppy soak up those abilities, and then have Ahri come in and try to clean up the Jinx with the Pantheon on top. That's the only real way I see Jinx dying in any way.
Hold on. Korra may be giving a small little avenue back, dodging the hook barely with a dash. Going to get not quite charmed, but still going to fall down for not much return. An overstay in mid is going to cost his life at the very least. 2 players are going to rotate now away from this push from the Monkeys. And the Baron is somewhat neutralized by that kill of the mid laner. Korra just does not need to be there. Ends up getting caught out, and now the base is somewhat interrupted as well. The Jinx has already disappeared. The Poppy has gone alongside, and Cooper was trying to base, got spotted in a ward. He's also likely to fall down here. Monkeys with 2 inexplicable mistakes, and this is the type of thing Dorado need to keep on finding. 2 is a good start, but unfortunately, those are the 2 that were like the least impactful, right? They're great for follow-up, they're great for extra CC, but in the nice way possible, Cooper is 0-3 and 6. Korra is 1-4 and 6. They're not having the most impact.
Yeah, I mean, having Dorado being able to get out those picks, you know, killing part of the Baron buff is really going to help them with the gold deficit. They're not going to be able to apply as much pressure to Dorado with both of those members no longer holding the Baron buff.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. They could still go for a 1-4, very conventional, right? You just can't go 1-3-1 like you were trying to do. A little bit greedy on the wave setup. Ends up getting them very well punished. They are still going to be here in time, though, for this Mountain Soul. And no, you could really do with a Mountain Soul right now. My God, the damage you just took from, I think, a W from Jinx was disgusting. Emerge is going to get flashed in the back line. And they're also going to find first blood of the fight, actually onto the Poppy. Nice kill there for No You. Sunrise, though, is going to get instantly deleted back in return. Korra still survived. Emerge free hitting from over the wall. It's perfect positioning. The curse of Samam is beautiful placed as well. 3-man stun. No You Lol, the last one alive. Flashing over the wall. Baxel going to chase, but it's a level 19 Sion, level 15 Ezreal. The guy has no chance, surely. Going to get zapped, not quite, but the wave going to be pushed in. The Drake going to be taken, a Mountain Soul secured. And while that looked like a good fight for Dorado, that just shows the difference in these two compositions. The tankiness and the survivability of the monkeys, able to peel effectively, able to get Emerge into a position where they can still provide so much damage. And the dogs just have absolutely nothing to keep up with what this Jinx is able to output. Right now, it is No You up against the world. 1v4 for the foreseeable future with Jean-Cool having respawned. Mid inhib already taken. Bot inhib turret destroyed. Drake confirmed. Mountain Soul secured. And what even is the thought process for Dorado?
You know, I honestly, I'm pretty speechless at the moment. I really don't know how they're supposed to crawl back into this game at all at this point. There's just such a far deficit with the Jinx sitting on 5 items now, one being a GA. So all that effort into getting onto the Jinx and actually killing her, she's just going to come back. And then you're going to have an entire Monkeys team sitting around waiting for her to come back to defend for her again. You're just, that front and back is what you're going to have to be looking for, and that's just never going to be enough against this current Monkeys team.
Yeah, I think we just hit a congratulations, you killed the Jinx. Oh wait, we still have to kill the Jinx type of moment. You got her summoners, so it's not impossible. But it feels like right now the monkeys can just walk into whatever part of the map they want, and it just has to be conceded by Dorado. Baxel can tank 15 turret shots. I'm not even sure you'd notice. He's just going to be standing up there in the top side. Nava trying to do his best to stop this push. No more Baron, of course. It's 2 minutes back from respawning. But the waves just keep on crashing. The damage keeps on coming in. And all the while, you have super waves to deal with in mid. The Baron, of course, not what I'm thinking about. The super minion bot not spawned. Inhib has not been taken down there. But if monkeys get a sniff of an opportunity, they can just walk in. Korra is just walking in. He just walks straight through mid, claiming that wave incredibly deep. Everyone has to go over to peel. And the 4v4 on top side under the turret is still winning for the monkeys.
Yeah, and Ari, it looks like Ari is opting to match the Silas right now, which I think is a good choice. But
Hit the inhib.
you know, it takes a lot of pressure away from that top lane, and that turret will be.
Oh my! Screw the inhib, screw the turret. Let's just dive them under the Nexus. That sounds like a good plan, guys. Okay, 1 kill already going over. Sunrise did not have a chance, didn't even get to flash in that one there. Homie did get to flash, but it didn't change his eventual outcome. Korra is going to die to a laser, so I guess something is good in return for the dogs, but it's still 3 versus 4. Cooper tanking up, I think, 15 Nexus turret shots. Finally going to fall to a true shot barrage, but it was 3 flashes used there by Dorado, and it's still only at 3 versus 3 as they are trying to hang on for dear life in this one. The top inhib has been claimed. Emerge with the resets, just absolutely free hitting right now. Even if he falls down, that GA waiting to be popped. One more turret is going to give him an extra reset. Another turret could give him yet more damage per second. Efron just running into the base, make sure he doesn't fall down in an accidental auto attack. No You trying his absolute best, but the Nexus surely just going to be falling down here. No way these 3 can contest. Emerge firing from 50 meters away. He will get the Nexus down. And technically they did kill the Scion on the way out, so congratulations for that one. But a convincing win for the monkeys. I'm sure they would have liked it to have been cleaner, but they'll take the win all the same, and they'll move into match number 2. Very happy, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was a great game on Monkey's part. They definitely need to clean up a little bit in that mid game. But overall played really well when it came to those team fights around the objectives. It's really hard to get through them.
It was indeed. And to be fair, it's pretty much always going to be difficult to get through a Scion who's had 0 pressure on him during lane phase, and your team has an Ezreal. That's just not fun to try and deal with. The tankiness really on show from the monkeys. They saw the Ezreal and they decided to throw absolutely everything they possibly could at slowing him down. worked out incredibly well. We'll see if they're able to come through with a similar draft in game 2. We can take a short little break, but we'll be straight back in with that draft when the time is ready. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 draft has already gotten away. It's caught us off guard a little bit, but we're still here in time for the bans. Monkeys taking game 1 very convincingly in not too much of a stressful fashion. Dorado have it all to do right now, and we'll have to see if they are able to. A small change in their bans, with Aurora being banned second by Dorado in game 1. This time banning Ash, but if they just ban Aurora, then nothing has changed at all. And Monkeys will still have first pick, but of course, with Fearless, then we'll finally get some changes.
And it looks like Dorado wanted to stay on red side. I can't imagine that biting them in the rear end at all.
Yeah, well, I think we can attribute whatever we want to whatever we want, but I think in game 1 we saw the team that has performed better throughout the split draft better and then play the game better. It's difficult to compete with that as Dorado. I wouldn't be shocked if the same happened again. Monkeys are going to go a little bit out there with their first pick, and I say that in terms of recent metas, not of course in terms of old school Varus being good for however bloody long it's been, at least since 2022. But it has fallen off quite a bit recently. Still has a couple of build options, neither of which have the power that it feels like he used to have. Jhin on the other side of the match by Dorado, and now obviously you weren't here yesterday, but we had a very fun time memeing on Jhin because we hate. Oh, it was a Jhin Karma lane yesterday. I'm getting flashbacks. We had an amazing time of just laughing at Jhin and his inability to count beyond 4.
And Jin's one of those characters. I love Jin to death. I love his kit and his ability making, but I think this season, last season, he has just been like one of the worst ADCs for just general raw damage output. I can't tell you how many times I went into solo queue and played him, and you come out of lane like 13-0, and then you're going against a top laner who has 3 tank items, and you're doing negative 26 damage to him because of your kit, and you just can't carry. So if you see any tanks over on the Monkey's side, it's already going to put Dorado on a disadvantage.
Yeah, to be fair, 2 of the tanks have been taken out of the pool, as we are getting very quickly through the rest of this draft. Monkey's taking a Nico to go alongside the Varus, trying to match some very high prio lane with high damage lanes on both sides. The Azir also taken in mid, so they haven't gone tanky yet, but if they were going to go tanky, it'll be through jungle top, right? So that's still to come from Monkey's point of view. The Azir, it's kind of like a Monkey's player and no one else does, because no one else trusts Azir anymore, and that is completely deserved. Surprised that we're still trusting Mel, though, in this day and age for Dorado. If you want to speak about champs that have been absolutely gutted in recent memory, I mean, Mel's only released in recent memory, and yet still has been nerfed to the point where in solo queue she wins 45% of games. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to manage Mel with her abilities overall. Just her abilities are absolutely insane. And you nerf it a little bit and she just becomes unplayable. You buff it a little bit and then she's just the most broken character in the game. But I do like the pick against the Varus, because as it stands, Varus might be the initiator on a team fight for Monkeys initially, with Nico following up with the ult. And I could see a lot of chains CCing from Monkeys already. And Mel being able to reflect that Varus ult is going to take away a lot of the pressure from the Monkey side.
I'll be honest, I'm reading this a little bit differently. I think Monkeys are looking a lot more for kind of Nico to go first, send the Pop Blossom in, dash all you want, and then send the Azir in afterwards. I think that's the way that they'd be looking for it, where I'm sat, but we'll have to hold back judgment of that until, of course, it does play out on the Rift. But we have got some more bans coming through, as we would expect. Jungle, heavy prior from both sides, hasn't been taken. Top lane, not having anything that Monkey cared too much about as a counter pick. Dorado not having anything they think is really annoying for them to be taking a counter pick into. Jungle, though, taking a whole lot of these bans. So Skarner, Wukong, some of the more tankier options for the Monkeys taken away, and then some of the more playmaking options by the Monkeys taken out. Vi and Xin Zhao not allowed. But another tanky option instead taken by Dorado, and I honestly say this is kind of flexible as well between the top and the jungle. the Mundo taken away, Monkeys, they are somewhat running out of dependable tanks.
Monkeys are hovering the Mbessa, so they are looking for some form of engage with the Nico and the Mbessa follow-up, with Zir following with it. They have a really good follow comp for their team. And on top of that, I do like the Varus pick against the Karma Jhin. I think overall, just the scaling towards the mid-late game, I think Varus is going to be able to put out enough damage, especially if he goes towards that lethality route. He can go Serpent's Fang. It's one of the few ADCs that's able to build that lethality route, and it'll definitely help against the shields.
I am agreeing with everything you're saying. The facial expressions have nothing to do with what you're saying. It's to do with the Trundle pick that we just got to see there on B5. I'm not convinced about this one. I don't see the Trundle value. I think everything we were talking about was talking about the follow-up abilities that we have for the Monkeys, right? We have the Nico goes first. We send the Pop Blossom. As long as she doesn't die, we have a good team fight. And Bessa goes in. Azir goes in. The damage is amazing. Varus can happily clean up those types of fights. Trundle does not fit that mold at all. Trundle is very different.
They might be looking towards like a core 4 type of fight, where they just leave Trundle on that side lane to just split push the entire game and have enough confidence in their core 4 to take on team fights and win them. But, Trundle can be played in a multitude of different ways, but I think one of his biggest strengths is just sitting in that side lane and just saying, hey, come at me, see if you can beat me.
But then Dorado have an amazing counter into that, right? They have an amazing answer into that specific playstyle. They take the Yorick and say, you know what? We'll play 4v4. Join me in the side lane and you will not have fun at all. If you try and join the fight, then maybe there's something to be talked about. But I guess it does raise the question of where things are going for the Monkeys. They do have some flexibility in this comp. The Ambessa Trundle can go either top or jungle each. Baxel does have a lot of Ambessa games, so inclined to say Ambessa top, which then makes the Trundle pick even more questionable. When you talk about his ability to split push, not much else. I think I was on board with this Monkeys draft until we hit B5.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the rough parts of picking on that blue side. You're giving up that opportunity for counter pick for either the top lane or mid, whatever they decide on Dorado, which would be top lane for this game in particular. But I do like the Yorick pick. It does match that Trundle pretty well overall.
We'll have to see how well it can indeed match. If it is going to be that type of matchup. The other thing I'm getting with Trundle is, like, Trundle's great when you have resist on the other team. If there's one thing the enemy team does not have, it's resistances, right? They have health pools. They have quite a lot of health pools. Mundo and Yorick especially will have some considerable health pools, but the whole point of Trundle is not to steal away health. You don't do that. You steal away resists to make the enemy teams weaker as a result. You make yourself much stronger when you subjugate. This Trundle pick it's throwing me through a loop. I'm not convinced of its effectiveness, not convinced of its utility in this game in particular. And I'd also question why we're banning Xin Zhao if we want to pick Trundle. But that's a whole other kettle of fish. Dorado, for their part, they've got a comp that feels very individual in terms of, their lanes are going to be quite separated from each other. And to be fair, the jungler can also be quite separated from their lanes. If they can win those lanes, then I think they're going to be in a fine state. But you're asking Mel to win a lane in this version of Mel. You're asking Jhin Karma to beat Varus Nico. And then Yorick, if the guy plays Yorick, then absolutely great. But I'm not seeing many Yorick games coming through here for Nava. So a lot of question marks, honestly, for both sides. Do you have any answers before we head to a break, or are we just going to have to leave them as questions?
It's a lot of questions with a lot of no answers on my end, for sure.
Okay, well, in that case, then we'll take a short little break. We'll see if we can get some questions answered during game number 2. Until then, we'll be back after this.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたぐり寄せる道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう振り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残した
Welcome in everyone to game number 2 of the day between Little Monkeys and Dorado. We are just getting things once more and nothing leaping out off the board initially, right? We have very normal runes chosen by everyone, though it is important to point out what has gone where. Cooper taking the Trundle into the jungle. Baxel with the Ambessa blinded into Wok Warlock, who's taken the Yorick for game 2. A sub there taking place as Dorado trying to bounce back after a very difficult first game. Interesting to see if they're able to. Yorick into Ambessa should definitely aid with that bounce back, but the rest of the map we think could be maybe a little bit of a shambles.
Yeah, one thing I noticed with Emerge is that he opted with Comet. That's the one thing that kind of stood out to me. With that new rune, Deathfire, I feel like Deathfire is so overtuned right now with the amount of damage that it can provide. Makes me wonder if he should have went with that instead of the Comet.
I think it's great on Varus. So the thing with it is that it's really good with if you have single target abilities, but everything from Varus is AoE, right? And it only procs ability is not an auto attacks, if I'm not mistaken. So, you're not proccing it that much compared to a Comet, which you can just keep on, every time it's up, you just keep on spamming it for the lethality. Components just poke from miles away. And then the fact that the Deathfire Touch does not get anywhere near as much value if you're firing AoE abilities like Varus E, like Varus Q. And what if we just gank level 3, says Cooper as he walks towards bot lane, throws it down a traffic cone, and then walks away because he realized that ganking level 3 is quite difficult into a Jhin Karma, especially when they have flash. No Yulol does at least pop that, but Key Summoner invested for the lack of a death is going to be worth it from Jhin's POV.
Yeah, no harm, no foul when it comes to the Trundle. Just a quick look, sees that he can't do anything, goes back to clearing.
I think honestly, like both teams take that type of a trade, right? The Trundle turns up, gets a summoner, like doesn't cost him much. You're never going to match this Mundo in terms of clear speed. Mundo, one of the fastest clear speed champions that exists right now. That's why he is so good in the jungle. And Vesa going forward here onto Warlock, trying to do his absolute best in this isolated 1v1. Still keeping his health pool nice and strong. Going to be the main part of this one as Sunrai shows up and takes a crab at the very least in the top side. Bottom crab has spawned. Coop expected to be there, but actually not just yet. So Sunrai hasn't tried to contest it. If he realizes that the Trundle hasn't gone there yet, then maybe he could go down instead, but he's going to have a fight over the mid instead. Sunrai tanking up a whole lot of damage, going to be forced to flash away to safety. Has Red Buff to try and get some healing, but so does just Cooper, who goes a nice little chomp onto Efron, forcing another little retreat, and that should eventually be that crab headed over to Cooper, while Sunrai takes his base.
Yeah, getting Mundo to burn his summoner there as well is going to provide a lot of counter engage in the next couple minutes, potentially when it comes down to the dragon fight. He's not going to have as much of a threat in that team fight going forward as well, so that's a really good on Monkey's part.
My stream has frozen, so I'm unfortunately unable to bring any commentary to this next part, but I think Cooper's looking for a gank. There we go. He has indeed turned up to the bot lane. No Yulol, of course, having burned flash in the previous play, does not have that key summoner to work with. Cooper going to flash over his own traffic cone, and First Blood goes over to the man who counts up to 4. Emerge going to trade that thing out. You're also going to proc his passive onto home. He gets the second kill of the fight, tanking up the minions, barely holding on to survival. Finally going to fall to the minions, and a solo kill attempt to Homie, but Cooper there will pick up Sunrai. No flash, had no way of escaping, just forced to commit in, forced to go even deeper, and ends up just falling to the troll.
Yeah, it was a great match on the Mundo's part, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too late to help provide that damage in the fight, and because of that, Monkeys was able to come out on top.
I'd like to point out that Emerge had barrier, and it died to minions. Nothing else that I want to point out. Just that.
It might have just come back on cooldown, maybe. I don't know if he had used it a little bit ago.
I don't think I saw him use it, but that is some benefit of the doubt that we can try and give to him, as Efron's hitting a nice little trade here onto Korra. Has to dodge that E, otherwise the kill threat of the Golden Eclipse suddenly becomes very real indeed. Baxwell taking a very aggressive TP, finds Maiden right there in his face. Warlock, though, is out of mana, so this threat slightly dampened. Baxwell should be absolutely safe enough, but doesn't take the best of trades after using his TP. Warlock, on the other hand, going to use his own, get some mana back in his kit, maybe even pick up a Sheen if he can afford it, and then fly straight back into the lane to find Baxwell once more. Doesn't have enough for a Sheen. Not even close. That's on me for not seeing his previous item. Already had the cull, so just get some boots instead. TP's back with some refillables. Top lane, pretty neutral right now. Surprised the back's actually able to get a small little CS advantage once more. The first game, it wasn't so surprising. Sion into Ornn, kind of meant to happen. And Bessa into Yorick? My hat's off to you, Axel. It's not actually still in my head, but fair play. Bit of a surprise that he's able to do that, as Yonkel going to land a nice Tangle Barb. Homie going to be able to dodge away, though, from a piercing arrow Emerge just a tad late.
Yeah, other than that, everything else seems pretty standardized. Mundo was looking for something in the top lane, but unfortunately the lane's pushed too hard for him to do anything about it. And he's too weak at the moment to look for any sort of dive underneath the turret. And Mbessa being level 6, you know, that's too much of a threat.
Yeah, this isn't much of a thing, but Sunrai going for a Crystalline Bracer instead of 2 Ruby Crystals, I just don't like it, I'll be honest. I think that Mundo does not need Crystalline Bracer when he's playing jungle. He doesn't need Crystalline Bracer when he's playing top lane, right? You go triple Giant's Bot first for a reason. Getting the extra health regeneration when you're playing a jungler does not feel necessary at all, as throughout it all, my complaining completely aside, Monkeys have taken the first Drake. Good push up from the Nico Varus. They've managed to claim very solid priority of the bot wave, and as such, claim themselves a first Drake of the game. Monkeys only giving over one so far in the series. Dorado not having a fun time at all, and Korra has used his ultimate. That did something. Yep.
Villamundo
They're taking this
looking at
fight.
mid.
I'm surprised at everything I'm seeing right now. I feel like a maximum dosage was probably more than the Monkeys should have been able to bait out. Dorado investing their jungler's ultimate into that little engagement. Efron never really in threat once the Shurima Shuffle went, I think, as wide as it did, bearing in mind how not far away Efron was from his own turret. Cooper turns up. Cooper is a little bit low, ends up just walking away absolutely fine, and does the jungler thing of hitting his camps, getting back up to full HP. Just a bit odd across the board, but overall everything is fine, and Korra has bought Merc Treads first. Is this fine?
It's difficult to say.
Merc Treads first. I just don't like it. I feel like I understand where it's coming from. I understand why it's been done, but it means that your early game fight power is just not there, right? Your early game lane power definitely somewhat improved, but Efron turning up to these fights is going to be so much more powerful with that lost chapter, trying to do everything, but it's not powerful enough when it's still a 4 versus 3. And somehow, Dorado are taking it as well. They take a 4 versus 3, they get caught out on the grubs, they claim one for themselves, but they're the team that decided to walk in there with 3 up against 4. Homie roams up from bot way too late. Jean-Cool still at level 5. He hasn't quite got Pop Blossom threat, but it was more than enough just for him to be there for that fight. Monkeys end up taking an absolute freebie given over there by Dorado. They take the kill. They'll end up taking the best of the objective as well. And that so far this game has been mostly about macro, and mostly about macro decisions that Dorado not making much sense with.
No, just Monkeys have just been much better on the same page as a team. Being able to be at the objectives at the right time and right place is just helping them gain that gold advantage overall. And Dorado's just really struggling to match that presence and that speed.
Yeah, presence and speed. Something that is very important. Tempo, right? We call it in League of Legends. It's the ability to be where you need to be when you need to be there. And right now, Monkey's doing an amazing job of precisely that. It's difficult for Dorado to really match it, right? It feels like right now, especially with what happened earlier on in bot in particular, Emerge has basically whatever he could possibly want in terms of tempo in that lane. Already hit his Yomu spike, is now matched by No Yu, so good item match there by the Jhin, but while all that's happening on bot side, they keep getting the push. They also have an advantage potentially to look for a gank on the top lane. Warlock completely caught out. He's going to get some nice healing off of his shovel, but one more bonk was all he had left in the chamber, and Sunrai is now left alone. 1 versus 2 under his turret, using the maximum dosage and still getting deleted by a Trundle and an Ambessa together. I wasn't convinced they'd have enough damage, but they absolutely do. Yeah,
unfortunately, Mundo just hadn't completed his first item yet, so, going against an Ambessa and a Trundle that early on, it just didn't really stand a chance at surviving.
And subjugated up as well, but just could not survive it. Getting rid of what little resists there was Cooper. Ends up flashing in the play, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine with making it. As Jean-Cool was a very sneaky looking minion, does use Pop Blossom. Now it's going to get Deadly Flourish together. He's going to get tagged down incredibly low, but can turn into a minion potentially to avoid the 4-shot, and maybe No Yu just goes wide because he's very scared of what Emerge was doing to him. Emerge ends up picking up the kill in the bot lane just as the Mundo turns up. And speaking of turning up as a jungler, Cooper goes for the regank, and it works out perfectly. Homie as well, incredibly low in the bot lane. One more piercing arrow surely will be the end of him. Very nearly falls to the hail of arrows. Emerge having to deal with Sunrise there in front of him, forced back by a briefcase.
Yeah, unfortunately, Warlock's getting that direst treatment right now. They're trying to, you got Dorado trying to make some plays down in bot side, and meanwhile, Monkeys is just matching that by repeatedly diving that top lane. And York, you know, sitting pretty far behind now. And Bessa finishing up her first item, getting that crash, getting a turret play, and getting a free back. Meanwhile, York still hasn't completed his first item, and Bessa's built up a really good gold lead against him already.
Yeah, I'm going to back off what you just said. He's not just not built his first item, he's not even close. Like, you look at those, towards an actual item, he has a ruby crystal and a longsword.
Yeah, opting to go
has
for that
great
coal
steel
as well, just to try to get a little bit more gold later on, just is not helping him right now.
Yeah, and right now is where Baxel's really trying to take advantage. Nice of Cooper to turn up so often in the top lane. He's turned what can be a very difficult matchup for Ambessa into one that's now incredibly playable, right? Eclipse, such a big spike on this champion as well, providing a whole lot of value as Korra does end up walking into the Efron E, able to escape from the worst of the damage, though the Q really does the worst of it, able to avoid most of it as such, and able to walk out to relative safety, avoids the reflect as well. Another Q dodged in the mid lane. Korra actually building a CS advantage against a one item spike Mel. Very impressive to be doing that on the Azir. Can take his base now after already completing his mid lane quest. Should potentially even have a Nash's turret if he does. Starting to work the danger of this Azir. Doesn't quite have it just yet, but you can see how close he is. Has all the components required. Not quite there in terms of the completion gold at any rate. Very fine place for the Zir to be. Very fine place for the monkeys to be. They are at 4,000 gold, and it feels like it's happened without all too much stress.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. Warlock taking a lot of damage again in the top lane. You know, it's just not looking very good for him, being so far behind. The best is just going to keep that pressure on him the rest of the game, and I don't see how he's supposed to create any form of advantage without jungle help. And even then, the was super far behind as well, too.
Yeah, and a jungle help would be nice, but this is not the type of jungle to be helping. Mundo not great at it, as that was the Chains of Corruption, and that was the piercing arrow after a Chains of Corruption. See, no you lol. Unfortunately had to tank that one himself, did not have a no you button. Does now have a curtain to be called though, as the Nico clone is not going to tank up anything. Emerge is just caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time. 4-shot was nice, flash away though is even nicer from Emerge. Has a barrier still, but doesn't even use it until the very, very end. And the Cleaver is more than enough to finish things off there. Double kill for Sunrise, nice play found in bot. An overextension, what I thought was a pretty safe play, but the Hex gates opened and Sunrise took full advantage.
Yeah, that was a great read on Mundo. Just seeing that openness in the bot lane and coming in and just, you know, just doing what he does, just push, push, push. Able to come up with both those kills right there. Definitely creates an advantage on their side for the bot lane. Unfortunately, they're not able to take the turret.
Yeah, and unfortunately they still have an advantage on top. That's maybe more important and more pertinent to that play in particular, as Efron also has to be very careful in mid. There is a shuffle waiting for Korra. If potentially he can get into range. Efron definitely in execute territory from him. That was insane. Walking forward, the Proto Belt's going to finish things off. Jean-Cool with some style points on top. Korra just hanging on for dear life. No flash, but has another little dash away. Instead, the sands will shift, and that Azir will stay alive. Efron playing on the knife's edge, and unfortunately, he ended up getting cut. Back out to bot we go. Emerge. Completely unabashed after the previous play. Just stands so far forward. No, you already burning barrier. That was a necessary barrier. Didn't realize how much damage he had. Chains of Corruption now into bot lane once more. Homie potentially going to be caught out if there's a little bit more damage to come through. There's another E this time. The Halo Hour is not enough to get the full kill. One more auto, just not enough. Homie barely hanging on. He's going to survive in the bot lane. A couple of summoners invested, but Dorado, they found a potential gold mine. They have found that Emerge is playing very aggressively, and in some regard, when his Nico isn't there, when his Chud isn't there, he is overstaying. And unfortunately for the monkeys right now, third death now for Emerge. Dorado, say they found themselves a little bit of a way back into things through bot, but it's where the kills are going that also is not great, right? No Yulol hasn't got any of these additional kills. He's still kind of struggling himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's only gonna be more of an uphill battle as the game goes on if it keeps going this way as well. You definitely want to see the gold start to transition to the carries.
Yeah, Baxel potentially being one of those carries for the monkeys. deleting another half of what Warlock's HP, forcing yet another base from the Yorick. Maiden about to come off cooldown. We'll see how long it gets to last this time round, but none of the previous have been able to last all too long, as that is a very aggressive play forward here in bot. No Ulol. Gonna send the curtains forward. Emerge stuck between a rock and a hard place. Just gonna have to take a bullet to the face instead. Jean-Cool couldn't quite get over there fast enough. Third shot more than enough to finish off the kill. A fourth now death for Emerge. It feels like they are just stacking up one after another. Baxel's going to use a public execution to get a little bit of a TP back to his turret safety. Sunrise providing a little bit of like a Thresh Lantern almost.
Yeah, and Emerge just feeling a little bit too comfortable in that bot lane, stepped way too far out, and in return that he was able to just get run down before Karma or Nico was there to help out.
Korra potentially caught out in a similar position in mid, dodges the briefcase very nicely, and now Sunray, the one in some real threat, does have maximum dosage, does have a whole lot of extra health that doesn't quite at first glance seem to be there. But still down at half as Koro went looking, but an amazing route by Efron is going to stop that in its track. Jean-Cool as well on a bit more of a passive Pop Blossom. Doesn't have Flash, didn't have Protobelt, just had to kind of stand there and zone them away as Koro is tanking up some damage. Golden Eclipse not going to provide just enough, but the Flash 4-shot with a bouncing grenade will. Beautiful play by No You, picks up his third kill of the game as he starts to really get the ball rolling now, finding the way onto the mid lane. Akora just not respecting Jhin damage there, had to get further away, had to at least pick up a shield from dashing to a soldier. Ends up just falling down, and now Baxel keeps his trade going in top, ends up winning it out, but the rest of his team is not.
And it looks like Yorick is going to get collapsed on with the Nico potentially. Might try to do some form of turret dive. Yorick might be sniffing it out though, and he does.
Base cancelled. Yeah, but the most important thing is the base being cancelled, right? It's not the fact that the Yorick gets to live for now, it's the fact that he's not even allowed to stand near this turret. Baxel has all the time in the world to finish this thing off. Shelly taking as a bit of a taxi up here to the top side is not going to get a charge, but it will still exist to help this turret go down even faster. And if it survives, it may even get an extra turret shot as well. Potential definitely to make this Shelly play extend even further. And we're talking about this being a good play for Dorado, right? This was a positive play until Rift Herald got mid tier 1, top tier 1, and a charge on top tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, they lost out on the Drake, but what did they gain from that? They gained an entire turret on the top side.
They gained the Goldie back.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm shocked there was just no response there from Dorado. Like, I know they were doing the Drake to start things off, but it's the fact that there's nothing at all to respond to that play. I mean, Warlock could have potentially just stayed around just to stop the Rift Herald from charging into the tier 2. Instead, 3 more plates go over to this Trundle who's still looking for his base. Cooper finally going to find a safe space to do so. There is the Dead Man's plate. That's not a surprise to see his second item spike come through in a similar fashion as it does. Everyone else's is starting to come online. We'd expect this Varus to, of course, have 2 items going lethality. Makes them that bit cheaper. Across the board, everywhere else, the Azir is, I dare say, going a Protobelt himself. We can debate the efficiency of that or not, perhaps another time, but Mundo able to match a 2-item spike with the Trundle now after getting those couple of kills through bot. Generously handed over by Emerge the rest of the map, pulling into a state of relative calm while there are no real objectives to contest. Of course, Baron has spawned, but 20-minute Baron's not really a thing right now.
I'd love to see Axiom Arc on Varus as well. I'm not sure if that's what he's going into next, but that'll certainly help with getting his ultimate up and going every team fight.
I mean, Chains Corruption has a pretty short cooldown anyway, especially when you've already hit level 11. Might be thinking he doesn't need that extra haste, can invest into other items. Definitely needs Spell Shield. I think Edge of Night is the priority right now. There may be a Serpent's Fang 4. Beyond that, you can start talking about the kind of 5th items. There's a bit more of the luxury, but I'd imagine at some point probably wants a Guardian Angel too. So it does depend on what he values most right now, but I wouldn't be shocked if we end up not having that, but I would like to see it from a certain perspective. But it's difficult to fit everything in, even when you have an extra item slot as an ADC. It still feels like there's a whole lot that you could possibly have, as Baxel has found a whole lot in the top lane. No one guarding the tier 2, he's happy to take it in the split push.
Yeah, just slowly but surely, he's just gaining more and more and more gold over the Yorick. If he thought he was hard to contain before, just, you know, give it another 5-10 minutes, this guy's going to be unstoppable.
Tunnel now purchased, as I am very intrigued as to what item he is looking to purchase in the third item slot for himself. But already with a Black Cleaver in hand, gonna mean that there is even less resists on the enemy team. It feels like there's a lot of the monkeys right now focused in terms of champions and now in terms of items into reducing the resists on the enemy team. But when they're not there to begin with, it just means that when you're trying to like get rid of percentages, it doesn't quite have the same value, right? I think Black Cleaver here, I'm not fully bought into here for Maxwell, but I mean, you know what? I don't think he cares about what I think, because he's got 3 kills, 2 assists, and an absolute ton of gold he can spend on whatever he wants. And they can also spend this time that they found themselves with to turn onto the Baron. No one even has a clue for Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely clueless. Jin does not even have a blue, so they're not able.
He does have a curtains call though, and this will give vision. They also may even get the kill onto John Cool, who pops the Pop Blossom in a very losing effort. The smite will go down safely enough there for Cooper. Let it go a little bit lower than maybe he had to, as this is going to be the public execution onto the backline. Sunrise deleted by a piercing arrow. My god, he still does so much damage, even when he's been put down to 4 deaths. Now picking up a 4th kill. What Warlock on the top side, likely to just get run over here by the Yorick. Not the Yorick, sorry, the Trundle. Blast Cone going to get him out to safety. Good disengage from the Cone. So 1-for-1 support for jungle. Pop Blossom invested, but that'll be up, I'm sure, by the next fight. Actually, maybe not by the next fight, because the Drake is spawning in 13 seconds. But speaking of 13 seconds, the Mundo might not be there for the Drake fight in 13 seconds. That might even be more important. And the Baron, of course, secured. Going to give Monkeys even more push than they already had.
Yeah, it was great decision-making on the Monkeys side. Unfortunately, one of their members did go down, but, you know, being able to have Baron buff for their members, you can't ask for much more.
Hide on Bush. Attempted Traffic Cone to deny. Emerge still full HP as he looks to turn this one back around. Did go Serpent's Fang third. The Karma now has much less value if the Varus at least can hit, while that Mantra E is there. The Inspire doing a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of shielding rather, but not actually getting tested this time around. Instead, it will just be a little bit of exchange of HP, and then Monkeys gaining control, moving down to the Drake. I'm not sure when Korra burnt his flash, but a whole lot of summoners used at any rate by Dorado too. I think Efron and No You had to both flash away from that there in mid, and maybe Korra using that summoner to get 2 back out. Positive plays once more happening across the Rift right now for the Monkeys. They find themselves up 5,500 gold.
It does look like Monkeys have not reset yet since they took the Drake. It looks like they might be looking to try to pick off one of the lanes, sticking around on the jungle side right now. So definitely mid something to watch for in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they do still want to try and make the most of this Baron push, right? 1 minute left, as you imply. It's not got the longest time remaining. It happens quite a lot when you have to take another objective while the Baron is there to be taken. It does kind of mitigate a lot of that Baron push potential. Trying to get the most out of it is therefore that little more difficult as well. Monkeys trying their absolute best. They will get at least some hits onto this mid-tier 2. May even get the hold down thing. We'll have to see if they're left with enough time. Looks like they will. And they end up claiming yet another objective. Now up to 5,500 once more in this gold lead. 3 Drakes to 1. Maybe even more important, as Korra's going to put up a turret of his own, gets chunked down incredibly low. The Golden Eclipse is going to take him even lower. Cut. It's going to be called here. And the Zero's in real danger. He dashed away from the rest of his team. Going to protobot back into the relative safety. Cooper is just there to tank things up. And because of Baron, he can just recall nice and safely behind his big, thankful jungler. He will just say, thank you very much for your 4th shot, Jin. You don't do anything to me. You are not scary at this phase of the game. But the Zero turret is still going to be falling down, and the Baron has now fallen off.
Jin does look like he is almost done with his Infinity Edge, though, so that'll be something to look for in the next team fight, if he can complete it in time.
Very necessary 3-item spike for this year. We saw how important that 3-item spike was for the Jinx in the previous game, and while they have similar names, they do not have similar play styles, but they also don't have similar times of this 3rd item completion, right? When we were talking before about the Jinx being so effective in Game 1, that was because it was not just a 3-item Jinx, but it was a 3-item Jinx at like 22 minutes. This time round, no you, he's doing his absolute best. He's farming pretty damn well. 4 kills well to his name, but it still feels like everyone right now for Dorado is behind the curve, and he is not going to be excluded from that list. Cooper stepping up pretty far on the bot lane tier 2. Warlock's not going to let him get away with that without taking a nice chunk out of his health bar. Sunrise looking for a little bit extra down here. Jungle going to spot him out at the very least back. So nice dodge there of the Cleaver, going to avoid the worst of the slow. Still get smited down, as he may even look to try and turn someone around into a 3 versus 3, potentially, as Jungle is going to turn up eventually. The Azir to even TP in, and suddenly the fight turns very much so in the Monkeys' favor. They had numbers advantage. The Mel is late to the fight, but still the kill goes over to Dorado. They get first blood, but unfortunately the second two goes straight back against them, and it is more so as we would have expected. Sunray and Efron, the last two alive in the 2 versus 4, and they will eventually be chased down surely here. Jean-Cool tanking up a whole lot of damage, I'm sure he would have fancied taking, but the public execution is perfect to catch the Mundo out. And now Efron, he's going to get one, but that is just his final hurrah for his life. Bot lane tier 2 now also going to be taken. Monkeys commanding position once more.
I like the initial look on Dorado in that bot lane trying to catch on that Mbessa, but unfortunately they don't have the raw damage to take care of that team fight before the rest of Monkeys came back to it. And Dorado was a little slow on the response for that teleport, which, you know, created a 3v5 for the first probably 8-10 seconds of that fight. And because of that, I don't think Dorado ever had a chance of winning that fight.
Yeah, and I think another important part was the fact that Korra just took a 1v1 with no U and the lead to the Jhin. Infinity Edge or not, did not matter. You take a 1v1 with the Azir at this phase of the game, you don't have a good chance as the ADC, unfortunately, and no U also doesn't have a good chance against Maxwell, who's on a 3.5 item spike of his own. That's what we're talking about with potentially this Jhin being behind the curve. Everyone's kind of matching in terms of items, and these items just have so much value. Cooper is tanking up absolutely everything thrown his way. Did he even take damage?
I'm not even sure Curtain Call did any damage in that team fight right there.
All 4 shots went straight into Cooper, but the Curtain Call deals extra damage when you're low. They were anything but. They didn't even get close to being low in the first place. And now that Sunray is dead, the Hextech Soul is a perfect prize for the Monkeys to claim. They will potentially lose something out here on top, but no, Warlock just can take his base instead. The wave going to be matched here by Korra, and after taking this straight, they can happily work their way back up to the Baron as well. Hextech Soul with a Varus, Hextech Soul with a Nico, Hextech Soul in general, making this game now incredibly difficult for Dorado to keep on playing in. It's taking its time. Cooper wants to make sure he has Smite to go up to the Baron as well. So didn't want to use his one and only on the Drake. I mean, it got potential to be sniped away there, but Dorado no one close enough. And now the Baron play is just there for taking back. So we'll keep matching what Warlock in the side lane. And Dorado are back in this position of what can they even do to try and match the power that the Monkeys have right now.
Yeah, and, you know, Monkeys, their mentality is just like, yo, we just play our game. You know, we've got Soul already, right? We've got a huge advantage in all 3 lanes. All we have to do is play our macro, play for the next objective, play around the team fight, get the picks that we need, and then close out. And York is not having a good time. He's getting
absolutely destroyed by the Ambessa. The 1v1 goes Baxel's way, and that's what happens when you have a full item and 2 levels over the enemy top laner, using flash in the exchange and still falling down. Does get away from a public execution, but it's still an execution even if it happens behind closed doors, and Baxel finishes things off there in the bot lane, able to take his base, can TP straight up to the Baron fight, make it a 5v4 if he wants to, can keep the split push going as well. It is up to him, as the rest of Dorado are being collapsed on in the mid lane. They have to check the Baron at some point, and unfortunately Sunrise stepped a little bit too close to the sun. He falls down, the jungler's fallen once more around an objective, and Baxel's TP tells you everything you need to know. He does not even think that he needs to be there for the Baron because he doesn't need to be there for the Baron.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that the Mundo was able to take that death there, because that just gives a free Baron now. And I don't see this game lasting much longer for Dorado. They're going to have to pull out some tricks that we just haven't seen before in order to have a chance.
Yeah, we're approaching the point where like it will be difficult for tier 1 teams to win this type of a game state, right? 11k down. Even Vitality couldn't throw this, right? As we're going to go public execution onto Homie, and he's gone. Goodbye, Homie.
And there goes all the
Flash
shields.
into portion.
Unfortunately, Varus did miss ultimate, but
Yeah,
I
we
don't
saw
think
that.
it really matters.
He's still got the flash out of no use, so he's kind of flash for flash on the ADCs. I'm sure he'll be fine with that exchange, as he just keeps on scaling his own advantage in this game as well. Nice piercing arrow going to connect there onto Efron, and feels like the game is just drawing to its inevitable ending. Vaxel, insane damage he's had the whole game, is not going to go anywhere, and that is a beautiful shuffle there from Korra to start the beginning of the end. Gets a 3-man, would have been 4 if Sunrise didn't have a spell shield. Cooper tanking up both Nexus turrets just to prove a point. That will indeed be the end of things. Cooper died because he wanted to. That's like literally it, right? We got to the point where monkeys only took deaths when they wanted to, and for the most part, they didn't fancy it. They just fancied getting free kills, free deaths in their favor, and Dorado just could not match what the monkeys had to throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, watching Dorado, they had these small glimpses of brilliance in some of their play calls, but unfortunately, Monkeys is they're just them. You know,
They are just them.
They know how to play. Their macro was substantially better. Their drafts were better, and they just knew how to play into those team comps way better than Dorado did overall. And that's not to say that Dorado is a bad team. Just unfortunately, you know, they're punching up in this division, and you could see it in these 2 matches.
Yeah, and that now spells the 4th 4-0 loss for Dorado as well on the year. I'm sure that is not a stat that they'd like to have read out, but in fairness to them, they have now had the hardest part of their schedule completely out of the way, right? So far, Dorado have played against all of the top teams in the division, right? They've played against Elysium, they've now played against the Monkeys, they've played against Aspire, and they've also played against Conduit. So from a Monkeys POV, things obviously could be better. Like from Dorado, like they would have liked to have got a win today if it was possible, but this isn't the type of team that we expect them to be. And I think if the players are honest with themselves, they might not have expected it either. Might lead in some of the potential issues they had during today's game, but overall, that is now Dorado find themselves down at 1-4. 2 more weeks left to play. They still have it in their hands. Next 2 games for them are up against TSI and up against TPO. The other teams that are really down there in the doldrums with them. We'll see if they can beat out in the base match to try and steal away a 6 seed, or if it will end up being an unfortunate run in BOL Premier for them. That is all we have for now. We will be back in about half an hour or so with our second series of the day, where we'll get the final games of the week actually coming through. TPO will be playing in a very fascinating series up against Final Boss. We'll be with you back, as we said, in about half an hour or so. We'll see you then.
Reaching on the other side, we're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Blue Otter League Week 5. I'm Romeo, joined today by Rue.
Welcome everyone back. This is Series 2 of the day. We have had a short little break. We had a short little switch around as well of teams, as well of casters. Welcome, Romeo, to the desk for your first stint on BOL Prem. As you see, Week 5, and we have the final match of the weekend. TPO up against Final Boss. I guess this is the positives and negatives of having a league where everyone gets to be on camera every week, is that we get to see all the best teams very often. We get to have a really good idea of where they're at. And we also get some matchups that look maybe a little bit like this, right? Final Boss, they've had one of the weirdest regular seasons I think I've seen in any league. They have pushed Elysium to their absolute limit. They took Spire to 3 games, and then they got slapped around by the monkeys, and they also sent out a demolition job of their own. TPO, on the other hand, have been very different. They've just kind of been bad.
To be fair, the literal monkeys have slapped around many teams across their tenure. I still remember when literal monkeys just came up into amateur pro play, and they have a tendency to just be a super aggressive, super slappy team. But we were talking a bit about the storyline going into this, and what makes this match worth watching. And the question right now, we have Final Boss fighting for that playoff spot. They're in 5th. One position down, I believe, from getting into a playoff spot, right? It's top 4 teams from each division?
Top 6. Top 6.
Top 6. So let me correct myself. They're 1 game in a playoff spot right now, and losing right now could get them kicked out of it. And on the other side, we have TPO Esports, who are still yet to win a game. But on top of that, actually, I thought they were drawing dead. If they win this game,
don't believe it. I'm not buying it.
This game,
I'm not buying it.
And then another game, they're playoff bound. They could.
I'm not believing it.
What? You gotta believe it. I'll hard rep TPO. They just locked in Aatrox. I'll hard rep them.
I'm
a diehard TPO fan if they win tonight.
I'm gonna say good for you. Just know that I've watched them for the past 4 weeks. I think we have a whole new roster for TPO today, if that tells you how their season is going. I haven't seen Whimsical Rat yet at all. So if this is an Aatrox taken on B1 for him, then I guess it's trial by fire instead of trial by anything else. Aatrox, fine chance to take for that.
Do you think it's Aatrox jungle, or are you thinking top? What would you rather see Aatrox go through right here? Because I've been seeing Aatrox jungle coming back full swing.
I would rather not see an Aatrox, but I guess we already have it in the draft, so it is what it is. Ash Wukong on the other side. I don't think it's very B1able right now. I think that taking a more conventional Bruiser would have been absolutely fine. Taking an ADC would have been fine. They took the ADC on 2 instead. Varus taken into the Ashe, but no Seraphine ban at all. If this is Emilio, then I guess you're tipping a hat as to where what build this Varus is going towards, but whatever you go here, Final Boss end up with an amazing 1-2-3. The Wukong kind of to just exist on the map is going to be absolutely valid, and then Ashe Seraphine waiting on 3. If Final Boss have already got a great start here, no matter what TPO go.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I want to see more out of Final Boss right now is some stronger damage dealers. Maybe a nice strong AP mid laner, because although Ashe can do a bit in the house, I think the one thing she's kind of lacking is a lot of burst, a lot of entry. It's just that slow, consistent over time, and they'll survive extended fights. But I always find that as an ADC, that's kind of what brings down Ashe a little bit. Seraphine going to be coming in as the support most likely.
Yeah,
that's an annoying lane to be in.
Yeah, this is why it has been banned for the past 3 weeks. It was allowed through in week 1 for some teams, and then it hasn't been allowed since in BOL Prem. It is way too oppressive. You're allowed one, or you're allowed the other. Allowing both at the same time, we'll call it a strategy by TPO, because it can fit under that umbrella term, but it hasn't been done for a while for a reason.
You got to think about it like this, right? If you let them win game 1 with Ashe and Seraphine, you never need to play Ashe and Seraphine again for the rest of that series. That is what we call smart drafting, Rue. Why waste
That's also
the
how you
ban
go 09
when
instead
you
of being
can-
08.
Okay, well, when you put it, when you put it like that, when you put, all they need to do is win one game to get some momentum, and to win that game, all they need to do is not play Ash Seraphine. How do you do it? You get rid of. What if they win this game? Then they didn't have to ban Ash Seraphine, and it can't be played for the rest of the series.
I appreciate your optimism. As Final Boss, they missed a ban in the draft there, but it is a Nasus ban, which has to be a target of someone. Maybe tipping the hat as to where they think this Aatrox is going with a Nasus. I would
It has to be
assume
Nasus
being
jungle.
a top ban.
Nasus jungle is like S tier now, dude. Nasus jungle is so cracked.
Yeah, that whichever it is banned, so not allowed. As Final Boss should be looking to take the mid lane here on for as anything AP, absolutely fine. Victor taken away by TPO, not going to allow that through. Of course, Ari was banned away in first rotation by Final Boss, but plenty of other mages to take. They're going to take the away and then keep their counter pick for their top lane.
A Hwei coming in. I never hate casting a Hwei. I also sometimes don't like. Well, okay, wait, that was a contradiction. I don't like watching a Hwei if they're like sitting back and just hitting people from across the screen. But I swear, every once in a while, you get a Hwei who's just absolutely cracked and doing some crazy stuff. What do you expect to see out of this Hwei this game?
I expect to see many buttons, of which none of the names are known apart from Severing Bolt, and we'll do our best to just see some colors, because Hwei does love painting. On the other end, TPO appear to be trying to paint with blood. Nocturne Orianna, very aggressive to be sent here in the mid jungle, maybe putting the Hwei on the back foot a little bit as well, right? The positive if TPO is they have two prime targets, Hwei and Ashe, both very immobile. The Seraphine as well can be squishy and also mobile. Nocturne Orianna, a very nice combo for this type of a fight start. I don't know about the rest of their team being able to contribute to that fight once it happens, but we'll have to see how that goes as Final Boss are rounding things out here with Jax on 5 into the Aatrox. A very solid matchup in top lane. I'm sure most top lanes will be happy to take. I just wonder, if we're looking for Orianna Nocturne, then
Yeah.
what do we do? Why is the 1-2-3 this? You know what I mean?
Well, when... So...
Good answer. Good answer.
If you look at it from an analytical perspective, you kind of get this fun thing where like their names as an anagram can spell man of, and maybe it's like man of wins, you know? I think that was that good.
No, there are some straws that have never been clutched at before, and I think you just did it.
You ever like say a sentence you know no one else has ever said in their life?
I think that's gotta be up there. That has to at least be like
that's
that's
a unique sentence.
Yeah, and if that's where we're looking at for TPO, then I feel like I fear that this draft may just be like the other 8 that we've seen so far from them. The turmoil that surrounds this team is unfortunately just undodgeable as of yet. We'll have to see if they can start turning the script, or if Final Boss will keep their foot on their throats as we get ready for game 1. Is there anything else you want to like focus on before we send to a short little break?
You know what? I just want to know, Rue, 2 things. One, what Dragon Soul do you think it's going to be? Because I love playing the caster bet challenge of what Dragon Soul.
We've seen a lot of Hex Tech today. I'm feeling Infernal.
You're feeling Infernal. I'm calling it Cloud Soul because it's the best soul in the game.
I love Cloud
The
Soul.
other thing I want to ask you is, what do you think each of these teams? What are you looking for from each of these teams to win the game? What do you think like the identity here is of each of them?
Final Boss, front to back, very simple, right? You have Ashe Seraphine, you win the lane, you do some nasty things, and then Seraphine presses R when the fight starts. Wukong goes flying in. Hwei presses one of the many buttons that they can press. You do some team-wide damage, you get a stun from the Jax, and everyone dies, is the theory. TP on the other side, they've got to do their best to try and avoid that, right? You got Nocturne Orianna, you got to get in around their carries, you got to disrupt that backline as often as possible with the combo, and hope that you have some follow-up afterwards. If the Orianna is put far behind early on in the game by the Hwei, then good luck. If the Wukong is able to gank a lot post-6, then good luck. If the Varus is too far away because he's playing Varus on hits, then good luck. If the Aatrox isn't there because he's a top laner, good luck. I think that's where we're at for TPO. you may have heard the word luck a lot. I feel like that's going to definitely play into things. I hope for their sake they're able to at least put up a good showing here for game one, as Final Boss have drafted a very Final Boss comp. They have all of the skirmishing, all of the brawling, and all of the team fight they could possibly want. The lane's going to be absolutely fine. We'll just have to see what happens when we get onto the rest of game one. We'll be back in just a few minutes when that's ready.
Man, I don't even know. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the game. We're getting right into it. We've missed the first engagement here, as it looks like TPO is already taking some real damage. Singular Red looking like he's a bit out of his depth here, as he's getting picked to pieces.
Oh, that base cancel hurts so much as well. Singular Red forced even further back. He is so incredibly delayed now to really get into this one. Not a fun start for the Varus Melio, as we were talking in the break about the ideas behind this comp, and we were trying to come up with basically any. I feel like right now, Final Boss have everything they could possibly want. They have Ashe Seraphine to provide a bot lane that is as winning as we just got to witness. They have a great counter pick in their top lane into Aztec War Priest, Aatrox. Jungle matchup is whatever. Both junglers really want to farm to 6, then they can start impacting the map. Zoran happy to just match that with the Whimsical Rat. And then Ishan on the way. I mean, sure, the Orianna's picked into him, but it's not like it's a hard counter pick. I feel like right now, Final Boss are in an amazing place to keep lumping this pressure onto the bot lane. That's already so much damage into Yuna now as well. Hits level 2, but you still have heal, still have Varus, so the HP is a little more than it says, but not a fun place at all for this Varus.
Yeah, no, it's not fun at all. He's just trying to hang on, get as much CS. Hopefully the next level up gives him a little bit more HP to work with, but a little bit of a way to go from there. Nocturne is passing towards the lane, but Wukong's going to be there as well when they get there. And that's probably going to be a dangerous collision all around right now on the bottom of the map. But I guess it's kind of what you're expecting when you're going to Ashe Seraphine. I mean, it took a lot of damage level 1, but Ashe Seraphine, they really lock down a champion and can just kind of farm for free if you don't play it right, and that's kind of what we're seeing here from TPO. Meanwhile, top side, there's going to be the counter-strike, barely misses as Aztec trying to keep himself in it a little bit here, getting him down to how the fight's going to go through. Flashes away, the Ignite goes through, tower shot, going to finish it off. First blood goes over to front and back. Aztec going to pull it back, and that's your first kills of this series.
Yeah, and that was so close from both competitors, but I feel like the Aatrox may have been able to have a slight mechanical outplay. There was a chance if he just backstepped instead of walking forward into auto ranges. Whimsical Rat earlier than the Wukong right now. Zoran, a very slow full clear, only making his way down here about 10 seconds after the Nocturne. He may have a free gank. Turn around. My co-caster appears to have used themselves. I don't know if they know this, but they are not here right now. I don't know what's happened.
I did not know that. I was like yapping that whole fight and then just I don't even know how that happened.
It's good, we can hear you now.
Well,
at least nothing happened.
at least something happened. Yeah, there was some... Could you hear me in the bot play?
I could hear you before that, and then the bot play, I think you muted yourself somehow.
Stick. Amazing. A front and back here. Big counter-strike on Aztec. We're seeing Whimsical Rat pulling forward onto the top side. Thank you again so much for pointing that out. Front and back is just going to jump. Just going to ward hop right to his tower. Means there's not going to be a lot of vision for him, though, to protect himself against ganks if we see a regank.
Yeah, an important thing to also point out here that's happened so far is the fact that Whimsical Rat going for that gank did go over the double scuttle to Zoran. He's delayed his base by a lot. He still hasn't taken it on the Wukong, but took double scuttle away from a different jungler who wants to power farm to 6. That provides the Wukong now with a whole lot more priority in that jungle matchup, as Yuna's going to get rooted up here, stunned up here. Half HP already.
He's stunned up. They're just getting poked to absolute shit, and like right on the borderline of this tower. Like we're watching Seraphine and Ashe just playing on the edge of that tower range. That's a really impressive thing to do, especially in like a D4 cap league, to be able to play so close yet so far to that tower range. Meanwhile, topside Zoran trying to put in some work, but it's just not working well. Already taken down to half HP as Aatrox fending for his life under that tower. Still up a bit of CS. Going to be up even more after this wave crashes. Front and back still in that fight. Not a lot of damage to go through, but here right under turret, it's just going to be Buss and Poots and Roots. Just... Oh, Brett almost going down with a tower shot. Going to deflect Rue a little bit away.
Yeah, and then look, again, there's Nocturne on a perfect gank time. Whimsical Rat turns up once more, and Rue is just out of here. Becca, no chance of survival, will eventually fall down. Piercing Arrow's going to get a second.
Beautiful, the Piercing Arrow putting Ashe straight to bed, and that's 2 kills over to the TPO. 1 on your ADC, 1 on your jungler. Both the kills you want to see in this match if you're TPO.
absolutely humongous time as well around the Drake spawn. Would have liked to see Yuna push out this bot wave. It is currently just existing near his turret. Not in a great place for you to leave it, but realizing the importance of getting this early Drake for your team, the scaling on the other side of the rift looks very scary. Early Drake's very good at countering said early scaling, as we were both wrong in our soul predictions, by the way. First Drake, Infernal, second Drake, Cloud. Congratulations to us. That's Aspiring Despair in mid.
Meanwhile, Whimsical right here, ready for the Fear, is going to get fleet away. Flashes forward, the Fear going to go off. Flashes over the wall, is able to burn Flash for Flash there. And yeah, we're both wrong in a prediction. That's heartbreaking. This hurts.
Yeah, 0 for 2 on that one there. We managed to pick 2 different Drakes and they're taken first in the game, but hey, sometimes it is what it is. There's a nice play there from Ishan, forcing out the flash from Jack with a Severing Bolt mid Aspiring Despair, and then, of course, Whimsical Rat turns up, goes flash himself. So overall, fine play by the way, getting a small advantage in mid, similar to the advantage we get to see so far in CS at least for the bot lane, while Yuna is making sure that there's just a CS lead with that kill, courtesy of a beautiful gank from Whimsical earlier on. The rest of the map, kind of okay as well for TPO, right? Top lane doing pretty well. Of course, jungler with the kill down some camps, a reasonable exchange, but front and back, kind of getting slapped around a little bit by the mid lane phase Aatrox.
Yeah, there is definitely some slapping on that top side. Aatrox trying to make himself the final boss of TPO this game. Is up that kill, is up that CS, has been fending well into some ganks. Maybe Aztec, maybe that Aatrox pick, maybe he heard you talk about it and the Caster's Curse is going to come alive. It's going to be that Aatrox that carries TPO to their first victory this season. Could that be the case?
I would love it to be the case. I'd also have loved to have known who was playing where and when, because I did not even know. Like, to give you an insight on how all over the place TPO is, I have seen Yuna play before. I have seen Aztec War Priest play before this season. This is where we're at with this team. Like, this is a little bit surprising that they're hanging on like this, because we haven't seen 3 of their 5 players even play in BOL Prem yet.
Oh boy, well here's gonna come the Paranoia going forward, the Fear getting ready to get ripped as the rest of the team not there to back it up. Change of Corruption to go forward, Piercing Arrow doing a ton of damage, not gonna be able to finish off the job as heal comes out. It looked like they just weren't really on the same page with that gank.
Yeah, awkward time. It's a nice idea there with the Paranoia, but just not quite there with the execution. As front and back going aggressive once more. World End of both sides just deleted.
Oh god, the Grandmaster at arms just annihilating them. That's going to be Grubs as well over the final boss. And just like that, the lead for TPO annihilated.
Yeah, I mean, the lead was kind of not there in the first place. It's surprisingly neutral, bearing in mind it was 3 kills to 1. The Drake maybe giving a small advantage if you want to sell that on there, but nice solo there from front and back. Did use the flash after already getting the kill, so slightly unfortunate, but Aztec War Priest would, I'm sure, have loved to have got something back in return, as that is an arrow that's going to go slightly wide of Singular Bread. Not turn something else more. They see him on vision.
Pulling up.
He's in vision.
They stayed a little bit longer. Is it going to be enough for him to be able to get a kill here? That's going to be a huge piercing arrow. The flash forward from Rue.
On call.
By themselves. The Fear are going to be flashed away. Another gang. That's all it's going to do is burn Flash. Puss and Poots trying to turn it into even more of a winning play. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Whimsical Rat backing the bush to make sure nothing can happen with this play. Oh. Mind games are occurring as Whimsical losing some back timing here.
Yeah, I mean, Puss and Poots. Yeah, he used the E to get into the bush just to make sure the Nocturne wasn't able to take too much of a good tempo base. Trying to W, but a little bit late on the volley. I am shocked that Rue did not even go for the encore there. To just hold on to the ultimate, wait for the just walk away peel back instead. Fair play, I guess you can use it in the next fight, but I feel like that would have been a prime target. Melio does not have his ult right now. Singular Red using it earlier on, I don't even remember seeing that, but he used it. Rue could have potentially even looked for the turnaround because Puss and Poots still had so much HP to go fighting on in that play. I'm surprised they didn't go for the turn, even in the 3v2.
There's a chance that they just didn't know Melio used it, considering we haven't seen it either. Maybe it was. How funny would it be?
It was in lane.
How funny would it be if it was a fat finger?
I would find that somewhat amusing. I'll admit to that.
Oh, there's gonna be the kick. It wasn't a field goal as Paranoia gonna come out. So is Wukong. Paranoia not gonna be used yet. Is gonna go flying into the way and then running away.
What?
Running absolutely away. And now his entire team gonna keep up. There's gonna be the encore. Yuma in a bad spot, trying to flash away, but it's not gonna be enough as Ishan gonna finish the job. On the top side, Aatrox and Jax going at it again. Grandmaster Armor isn't gonna be enough as Aztec is able to find the kill. Puts and boost now. A turnaround from Jax, who's able to use the balls to take him down. Zoran, Rue, and Ishan. Whimsical Rat, Jax, and Singular Bread. The last three remaining on both these teams fighting over this Cloud Drake pick. It looks like Hui's going to be backing as TPO wanting to start this Dragon.
Yeah, dangerous from both sides here still. I think they should be able to claim it, but Final Boss is walking way too far forward when they didn't have the health pool to back it up. Now Ishan has taken a base, TPing back in. Zoran has not cleared another camp. He's still incredibly low. He's going to be on visual walking over the Pixel Brush. They're going to go round two.
There's going to be a pull back. Whimsical Rat still trying to keep this alive. Here comes the flank, though, from the ADC. Piercing Arrow going to do a lot of damage. Wukong, like 1 HP here as the fight continues, dragging down to 1800 HP. Zoran going back in. The smite's going to go through. It goes over to Final Boss, who's able to claim it. And Piercing Arrow going to go through. Flash away from Zoran, gets the dragon, and gets out with his life.
Big Drake steal away there from Final Boss. They delay the soul by 5 minutes at the bare minimum, and they also find out what soul it's going to be. It's an Ocean for game one, which I don't think either side really gets to take much advantage of, right? Ocean Soul typically favors whichever team is tankier. The ability to proc it multiple times in a fight and gain so much health, so much mana back during those team fights, what provides it its proper value. Each Ocean Drake will provide a little bit more ability to play on the side lanes, to play like that with a Q3 asset. Warpraise, what the hell?
Flashes forward, able to find another kill on front and back, and it feels like these fights just happen so quickly. Just one person getting annihilated and the other's getting annihilated. But now we're seeing
Chains.
The Corruption going to go forward. There's going to be the crystal arrows and back at him as no damage comes from either of those stunts. Piercing Arrow, though, just a ton of damage there with a volley going forward as well.
Yeah, Bussenpoot's neglecting the fact that he had 3 Varus passive stacks lining up and waiting to unleash upon him. Just walks up and tanks way too much. The Varus passive just is not expected, right? It's part of this why the Chains of Corruption really hurts as much as it does. That's Warpraise can get it.
Gonna be getting into a gank. Same with Paranoia, gonna come in late though. Aztec gets shut down, and now Whimsical Rat all by himself. Late on the Paranoia, late on life, sent straight to the gray screen, getting Jax right back into this game. There's gonna be a huge shockwave though. Ishan trying to run away, able to get the flee, is gonna be able to just walk.
Yeah,
right back.
Great use there of the EQ, able to walk away. Jack, unfortunately, unable to follow. Does have flash advantage now in the mid lane for the next 5 minutes or so, even while they may traverse that into one of the side lanes. The real issue for TPO happening on the top side. The 2v2 gets read incredibly well by Zoran, works way up there at the perfect timer, and Aztec Warpraise basically just overextended under the enemy turret with no flash, right? That's what the trigger for that play. Whimsicott tries to save him, realizing that Jax is coming around, but he's too late to make it a 2v1, and the 2v2 is just absolutely crushing the Cyclone. So much more value than the kind of single target damage that Paranoia does provide in those type of situations. And I mean, they're already there. Right? The information being got rid of doesn't change anything. It's just the damage that was nowhere near enough. As it feels like nothing that Whimsical Rat's been able to do so far has been enough, right? Down so much farm as well. This Wukong's been able to keep up in terms of matching on the side lanes we just saw at top. And he's also being able to match and overmatch in terms of farm.
Yeah, and it becomes one of those things where Wukong's also going to be one of those champions.
Why did we do that?
Encore going to go forward. Singular Bread wanting to stop me from being able to finish my point as he gets stunned under turret. Zoran there trying to get some work done. Cyclone not available. Volley going to go forward, and it seems like it is going to be TPO who are winning that fight.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised when the ADC walks up under turret and gets Chains of Corrupted under said turret. It typically does favor the team that has the turret working for them. Singular Bread using another Breath of Life, and it whole new life into his team. That was a very greedy base there from Rue, able to escape as the damage hits on. Doesn't have any CC attached, of course, to the piercing arrows. Able to still get back to the fountain safely, but Final Boss are playing this bot lane on the very edge right now, and I'm not sure they're playing on the right side of said edge. TPO seems to be finding a little bit of advantage through their bot lane. Mid lane being as even as it is.
There. It's going to be on Hui, who has no flash clock. Gonna go right through with that shockwave and sends Ishin straight to the gray screen. Seraphine in the area, but not gonna be close enough to fight. Meanwhile, top turret down. We have Aztec trying to find the fight here. World Ender gonna be procced. Ignite gonna go forward. Misses the third Q.
Great flash.
Good night, Aztec.
An amazing flash there by front and back, just avoiding the Q3. That would have been the fight turner. Aztec War Priest already using the Ignite, committing absolutely everything. Q3 with World Ender may have been enough to heal him back up to like 1,000. That would have been it, but front and back avoids it, uses his flash advantage. And speaking of flash advantage, great timer there found by Whimsical Rat to get onto mid. Ishan overstaying his welcome, walking too far up. Zero protection from that Nocturne Orianna. Amazing combo found by these two guys that I've never seen play together, but they have done an amazing job finding that combo already.
Yeah, it's been going very well in the mid-jungle synergy of TPO. But right now, top side annihilated by front and back. There are
How is he taking a tier 2?
Light work, 16-minute tier 2. I would love to see the gold difference right now between Aatrox and Jax. I don't think that CS difference matters when you have 2 turrets into your arsenal. And with Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, I imagine Jax is going to be walking right to this play free of charge. Meanwhile, Aatrox still trying to recover from the loss of both his turrets. Rift Herald is going to be going off in the mid lane. There's going to be a big fight upcoming bot here. Whimsical Rat, Bush, and Boots going to go bye-bye as it turns it into a 4v4, but Jax looking powerful as this fight gets ready to be underway.
Yeah, that was great hide and bush.
Torin finding the Cyclone is able to do a lot of damage to Yuma. Yuma getting caught, able to flash out of the fight.
TP
Jack coming around on the side. There's going to be a single note. TP going forward. Jack over the wall. Aztec trying to find the pull. Is going to find the pull on Rue. Gets a ton of damage off. Can they finish it off? They do. As Slain Rue going to go down. There's going to be a huge piercing arrow. Front and back. Going to be the next to fall as Yuna claims the kill. It's a big gold resetted kill from Yuna. And now Dragon is going to be the prize for them unless Zoran can find a steal. Zoran.
Oh, he's already in the pit. That's very early. Zoran, you are crazy.
There's going to be the volley forward, and Jack going to find the kill as well. Now Ishin getting jumped on. Paranoia going to go out, and I feel like we just seen it. The shutdown does go over to Ishin. Can Ishin get any further? No, Aztec going to be
That's the jungler. That's the jungler out of the pit. He just ulted into nothing. He died.
Dragon is for cowards.
Yuna's one hit as well. This is so dangerous.
Coward, and now it's gonna get stolen. It does. A vital bot steals the Ocean Dragon. Holy shit!
What are you doing? Why? Why did my jungler do this? Whimsical, I had faith in you.
Hate on a guy for being a little whimsical. Hate on a guy for being a little silly goofy, bro. Come on. He was feeling a little silly goofy. It happens to all of us. That's what my solo queue junglers do. I'm my solo queue jungler.
I don't know how to respond. He had the smite because he has the smite. The Wukong is dead. He went into the pit at 4k HP left on the Drake because he had no idea how much HP was left on the Drake. They had no vision. TPO, all you have to do is just finish off the Drake and then you can look to turn. But probably don't look to turn when you have 300 HP and you're flying into a white. It's the simplest QQ in the world to land. And Ishan does not miss those. It was just... like, the Seraphine stealing the Drake on top of everything else is like, that's the cherry on top of the icing. That's all that is. Rue with an amazing sniper with a double Q. Just, I can't deal with this from Whimsical, man. You don't need to be doing that.
When has Dragon ever won a game? Like, come on, the objectives don't matter in League. It's about KDA.
It's about
We are
vibes, really.
KDA gamers, if you think about it. Meanwhile, Rue gonna be sending some high notes forward. Finally getting the ability name right as they get charmed and fun up. Chain of Corruption gonna miss. Singular Bread trying to flash away. Kicks the ball right into the post. As you just barely gets away. Meanwhile, Aztec gonna be wanting to get away as Zarin coming up. Zoran really wants that. The world is gonna go forward here. There's gonna be the Cyclone. Does land it. However, he's going in on front and back. There's going to be the big Q to get a lot of health back, but it's not going to be enough as Counter-Strike goes forward. Zoran's going to be able to claim the kill on Aztec War Priest. There's going to be Paranoia going forward. There is a huge shockwave. It doesn't look like he's going to be much longer for this world as the Flea lands and Ishin going to be landing right back to base. Zoran now trying to come to the fight, realizes it's going to be a 2v1. Is he going to elect to engage? It doesn't look like it, as Baron has spawned on this rift.
Yeah, if anyone takes that, I will be shocked. These guys are sticking in their lane for so long, by the way. I'm shocked that we have reached 20 minutes. I know that some people like to stay in the lanes until the turrets fall down, but, like, guys, just send the bot lanes mid, please. End the suffering. Just, like, you need, especially Bus and Poots, to have a lane to farm in right now. He is not felt safe under this tier 1 for the longest of times, and sure, he's going to get a wave after the turret's already fallen, but that's the issue. Now the turret's already fallen, you get nothing back in return. Ishan has been struggling to survive in mid because they've been playing basically one versus however many the TPO just want to send. Ashley, the other side, has been struggling to be the one left under their own turret, and it's given Yuna an amazing advantage now that they're able to kind of scale into this mid game.
Yeah, and we are finally seeing those rotations with that bot falling, but there is such an advantage coming from like leaving them in, and also just it's made objective fights really weird. This game has been a fiesta. This game has been an absolute fiesta. There's no other way about it. Both tier 1 turrets now mid going to fall. We're only seeing 2 turrets left in the map on opposite sides in terms of the T1s. Of course, that T2 top still gone. Still gone from the 16-minute mark, front and back here. Trying to make a play. There's going to be the Crystal Arrow. It does hit. Not even going to need to use Breath of Life on it, though. It was just a little bit too late. Good snipe, I guess. A fun little Crystal snipe.
Yeah. He hit those, and that's enough. This game has been way too fast for me. I'm struggling to keep up. I think someone else maybe also struggling to keep up right now is Bus in Boots. Stuck at 0-3. Everyone else in the game is hitting or has already hit a while ago their 2 item spikes. Supports don't count. Ash right now still waiting on maybe like 1,000 gold to get to the Infinity Edge. The level behind that he is compared to everyone else in the server right now is the difference in this game from where I'm concerned. The gold lead notwithstanding, like, half of that is the Ash, who has just been put so far back by Yuna, especially in kind of an isolated 1v1 situation. The Varus better, the bow wielders so far, hitting their own 2-item spike with the Blade of the Ruin King plus Static Shiv. Welcome to May, folks, I guess is what we're doing now. But as we set up for this new Drake fight, the Ash is still at just kind of 1.5 items. That's not to contest.
Oh, I thought they had a chance to pick Zoran there. It looks like they are just going to get a little bit of damage off. The mid lane is going to be pushed. They are going to get mid prio here.
There's no way Final Boss can contest this.
They look like they're ready to try. Dragon spawning in this pit. We do see Aatrox is going to be the last to show up to this fight.
Yeah, unfortunately our feed has paused as it looks like...
Oh, we're back. Oh, and Aztec getting beat up here. World Ender has been popped front and back, trying to run away. There is going to be the Dragon down at 2,000 HP. It's anyone's Dragon right now. It is going to be claimed by TPO as Zarin dies immediately after. Now diving onto their backline. Yuma trying to go Paranoia into the back lane. There goes Bus and Poots. Continuing with the fear. It's the world's greatest fear as Ishan goes as well. Rue now on the run is going to throw the high note, but isn't going to get far. Triple kill over to Whimsical Rat. Is he going to turn into a quadra front and back? Trying to get away. Is he going to be able to leap strike onto anything? It doesn't look like it. Another flea going to go forward. Counter strike goes forward. He finds the shutdown on Yuna. Can he escape? There's the blast plant for him. Riding the blast plant is that Nocturne. Nocturne now alone in the pit with front and back. Who is long for this world? More fears going forward. Whimsical so close to bringing him down. He's still trying to jump away. The chase is on through the jungle. There's going to be another blast plant. Front and back. Still on the run. Whimsical.
Didn't get a good
Stride breaker. There's
Counter strike.
Counter strike under turret. He finds the kill. Isn't going to get returned. Whimsical. Barely getting away.
Wow. Just absolute full send mode from the jungle, and we were talking about earlier on him being behind the curve. He's now well ahead, still slightly down in farm, but he's got 7 kills. He doesn't care about farming anymore. Doing an amazing job right now on this Nocturne. Definitely has already got his Gluttonous Greaves up to their full value. The 10% Omnivamp providing so much for this Nocturne right now, and he can just go straight back into his farm like nothing happened. 7 kills we've said already secured, and he can just keep on going.
Kills on a Nocturne. Absolutely insane work. Like, already looking so strong. Aatrox, 5 and 6, putting in a lot of work, getting still a lot of heal up. We do finally see heal cut coming out on that Seraphine. Wukong, only 2, 2, and 2. The jungle difference is starting to show in terms of these team fights. You'd think Wukong would be the one who's excelling in these team fights. But we're seeing Final Boss so split that Nocturne's having some really good ways to engage.
Yeah, and Whimsical has kept on finding those angles, even when maybe the angles don't exist. Got 5 kills since that last time, as this is the
Paranoia going in. Stride break goes
though.
for Aspect here as well. Trying to find the pullback, does find it on Puss.
Oh, beautiful.
Puss and Poot's gonna go down immediately. Rune out under that turret. The dive is coming forward. Good night. Absolutely deleted.
But look at the map. Look at the map for Final Boss. Why are we there on mid? Right? If we're not hitting the turrets actively, we cannot be this far up in mid, taking effectively a bait play while our side lanes get pushed in. That is not a mid wave that we can contest as Final Boss. We have to be backing so much further away, and as such, bottom support just get absolutely eviscerated, and deservedly so. Great find there by TPO, and now the Baron is all but free. How do you contest his 3v5?
It's gonna be really difficult, but he goes in for the steal. Is he gonna find it? He does! Zoran finds steal! He trades his life for Baron, able to keep the game alive for Final Boss. Meanwhile, Jax not going to survive with that. I don't know. I never understand when your team goes to Baron Pit when the only chance of getting Baron is a steal from your jungler. I'll never understand it in a million years.
I get being around it, but I don't get being that close to it. I feel like there's like somewhere in between. As Rude, this is a face check.
It's like Final Boss, it feels like they want TPO to get their first win. And
apparently so. Apparently so. In the previous minute, they got 5 whole kills for absolutely nothing back in return. TPO with the Baron now as well. 4,000 gold in the lead. Someone joked earlier in chat about this being the first lead they had all season. Now there's a proper lead. 2-2 in Drake's soul situation, absolutely fine. Final Boss, they have time to scale. They just keep taking these engagements when they don't need to. Caught way too far out of mid. Caught facing the Baron pit when the Baron was already stolen, courtesy of an amazing play there by Zoran. And now Rugo's face checking instead of just protecting their tier 2. Sure, the Baron's going to be there, but screw the tier 2. Let it die. You cannot be trying to control these areas right now as Final Boss. You're just not strong enough, especially with the player that you have trying to control those areas, okay? A lot of your control this game comes from Bus and Poots and the fear factor of an Ashe. No one is scared of this Ashe at 2 items.
You don't find the small white girl with an IE scary at all? Not even like a tad?
Small white girl in general, yes. With IE, probably not.
That's so real, though. So real. That might be the most valid thing I've ever heard on a League of Legends cast in my life. Meanwhile, Ocean Drake spawning in 9 seconds. This could be sold for TPO if they didn't mess up.
This is a nice angle here for TPO.
There's going to be a big crystal arrow stun us right on Singular Bread.
Oh my god,
immediately. This could be a winning fight for Final Boss. We're seeing stuff for sure. Jack and Zoran going to get slain to piece for piece. There's going to be...
Okay, I should be scared of the white. I should be scared of the small... I should be scared of the girl.
Small white girl piecing people up right now. Still rat going around the side. And it lags every time something happens. It's like watching in still frames.
Yeah, don't worry, the stream's just as bad. I'm not even sure if Twitch can hear us right now, but if they can, just know that we're on the same struggle bus as you guys are. At any rate, Final Boss found a hero fight. They still have Baron on Ishan, and they can maybe push for like at least the inhib. I hope they don't try and push for the end, but it's kind of close.
I want to see it. Go on. Go forward.
Go Drake. Go Drake.
No.
Just go Drake.
I need more Fiesta. I need TPO to have a chance.
No. More Fiesta happens when the game goes longer. That's why they need to go Drake.
So I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But I need TPO to win. I need to come in first game I cast. TPO picks up a dub.
They can't win if they lose the game because the Nexus died. You don't want Final Boss to go for end.
I don't think they win there. I think they have the correct chance going back to this dragon. Can we see a Paranoia and then Whimsical Rat steals? No. Okay. We're like struggling to find a section of the map to play when we're giving up dragon right now.
Yeah. But at least it gives us time to breathe. Down to 1k gold in now for TPO. That fight on mid I thought was a good angle, but Singular Bread got absolutely deleted. No flash used, no Breath of Life, just gets 100 to 0'd in, I'm going to say 2 frames, because I think that's all we got to see of it. Didn't have a chance. And then, right, I mean, Final Boss straight back into things, right? Now now the Hui hits their 3rd item spike. Bursting Boots still kind of waiting to get there themselves, but you still have to be careful of your own jungle.
Oh, Aztec over the wall.
That's right.
There's going to be the encore going forward. Aztec popping the World Ender is going to land that third Q on front and back.
Oh, it's cool.
Zoran, just on top of Jack, is going to find Jack. Paranoia goes forward onto the Jax. We're still sticking to this Jax play. Jax finally going down. Shutdown going to go over to Aatrox. Ishin going to go around the wall. Zoran coming up. No
Spirit Split's huge.
A lot of damage with that crushing blow. Singular Bread going to go down now. Same with Aztec Warrior, who's one hit away from death. Pulls them back with the slows a little bit too much. Buss and Poots able to find the kill.
4 for 1. Another big fight found. They may even find the 5th. Beautiful route there from Root over the wall. Buss and Poots trying to take a 1v1. This is a Varus at the end of the day.
Oh, that's a shutdown back into the Varus. Ginsu's a little bit too strong.
You know how you don't have to take a 1v1? You can take like a 4v1 because you had 4 players alive and they had 1 person alive? That.
No.
Or we could try and end the game. Should we try and end the game when the Oriana's up in 2 seconds?
Sure, it's got to be a good play. It's got to be a good play. Zoran ready to maybe hit the tower, decides against it, walks away.
Yeah, it's almost like everyone else is also spawning in not very long because all the kills happen at the same time. Final boss, that was not an end angle, in case you're worried, in case you're interested. Ishan did not have TP to find the way down to the wave. If they did have TP, then maybe we're talking a slightly different equation, but as it was, that was just a waste of an amazing team fight by Final Boss. They don't clear out any of the waves. They walk through mid, which is already going to be pushed because of the super minions. Top wave is in a disgusting state. Bot lane is finally getting caught by Ishan. Should be able to get the turret before finally being pushed away by Jack, not Jax, which is confusing all of us, I am sure. Even on gold, but it could have been a lot more there for Final Boss.
It's like, you know what, Maru? If you are Final Boss right now, what are you looking to do to win?
Kill the enemies.
Oh my god, Paranoia.
Don't get caught.
To go forward.
Don't walk up. Don't face check a bush as an ADC. That's what I'd do. That's what I would do to win. I would not check a bush as an ADC.
It's crazy to me that this is D4 cap you were telling me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Encore gonna go forward.
Goodbye.
Red's gonna go down. Cyclone in the pit. Oh my god.
You said you wanted the circus, you're gonna have the circus. Unfortunately, the circus comes with lions who just want to eat your face like Ishan. My god, this guy does too much damage.
Am I watching League or Call of Duty? I feel like
this is a deathmatch. This is not a game of League of Legends. This is a certified deathmatch.
Red is dead. If it's red, it's dead. It's okay. If it's red, it's dead.
Redemption?
Oh my god.
Wait, no one's got redemption.
You're not gonna steal. You're not gonna look to steal. At 10,000, sending his blighted quiver, sending his hail of
I
arrows.
don't even like the fact they're doing Baron when the enemy team doesn't have jungle. I think that they may lose the fight afterwards. I'm scared for Final Boss here. I understand why they're doing this. Obviously, Zoran has the smite, Whimsical Rat having died before, but
there's gonna be...
dead.
Oh, they're not gonna get the steal. They're not gonna get the steal. There goes the arrow. There's gonna
my god!
Puss and Poots here.
Oh, what an
arrow blind finds it. Yuna, go bye-bye.
And he didn't take a 1v1 with the Varus afterwards. He took a 1v2 with the Varus afterwards. He wins those. The Varus is dead for another 40 seconds. Final Boss have plenty of time now to use this advantage. They should be able to set up perfectly for this Ocean Soul spawning in a minute.
Final Boss of the lose streak, trying to keep the lose streak for TPO alive. TPO 0-8, might go 0-9 after this, which, how painful would it be for them?
It would be so painful, but I'm still scared that Bursting Poots wants to keep face checking. Please don't. Whimsical Rat, this may not be your stuff anymore.
Goodbye, Whimsical Rat. Not your jungle. Is your circus. Is gonna have that GA proc.
Yeah, we had the monkeys playing earlier, guys. Why are we still in the circus?
It's okay. It's okay. You know, Hugh Jackman's gonna start singing soon.
This is a great show.
Coming through soon. Could this be the final push? It's 5v4 now with Whimsical Rat dead. Whimsical Rat, who probably has the most gold in their team.
It's re 5v4 as well, right? The issue is like, okay, it was 5v4, and then so we had to delay our own dragon setup for TPO. Then our jungler decides that the red buff is something he wants when the waves are being pushed up to the inhibs. That ain't allowed. He gets killed once more, and now you don't get to set up for this Drake at all. That is just the Ocean Soul you must give over to your opponents. 35 minutes in, not the most value on a soul you're ever going to see, but who cares? It's still Ocean Soul.
Keep in mind, wouldn't be their Ocean Soul if we would have finished the dragon earlier.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me right now.
If we would have finished the dragon earlier, we'd be at 3-3 right now. Don't forget that play.
Never forget.
You could make a top 5 silliest, goofiest plays from this match alone.
And Whimsical Rat would have all 5 of them.
Yeah, probably.
This is 5 deaths.
No. Buss and Poots, 1v1 Baron.
Oh yeah, he did face check his NDC. That's a good point.
Has to be there twice. Buss and Poots is there twice. It's also 1v1.
Yeah. The face check that killed him is not his only face check as well. I'd like to point that out. Even walking up like this, he is alone. The Seraphine is sort of close, but like, why be alone? You have friends. They're in a voice call with you. You guys are talking to each other. Please stand near each other. You guys scare me.
Arrow gonna go for it. He's gonna find Way all by himself in the mid lane. Meanwhile, the jungle is where everyone's at. Whimsical Rat not finishing the job.
Okay. I mean, once the Zhonya's is used, the rest of the team's going to rotate over. You can't really commit to that one as the Nocturne. I understand it, but there's never a follow-up there. Hui just pressed the Zhonya's and your ultimate was used. That's it.
Is that worth it? Is it worth destroying the Zhonya's with no objectives up for your ult right now?
I think ult is a slightly lower cooldown. So maybe you can do it again if they leave the Hui in the solo lane instead of the Jax in the solo lane like they are doing now, because they should leave the Jax in the solo lane because it's a Jax in the solo lane, not a Hui.
I feel like I do. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. I just maybe they don't want to leave Jax alone. Maybe they're worried about what might happen.
Or maybe we could walk too far up as a Seraphine. That was a fun, nice flash.
There's going to be the stun route. It was just a bait. Darren going to be able to cyclone.
Redemption.
Whimsical Rat back to the gray screen.
Cyclone as well, used there by Zoran, but sure, definite worth on that one. Whimsical Rat, I mean, he proved to us that the Paranoia is up more than the Zhonya's, because Ishan still does not have Zhonya's. He was proving a point, and he proved it.
He proved it. It might have cost them the game, but he for sure proved it.
Yeah, that is one method of proving. Going to be a lot of people also proving that.
Encore going to go forward, but the big Q going to land.
Flash!
Blade going forward. Aztec Warpriest trying to pull them back again. Is going to find it, but is completely lit up. There's so much damage though. The heal is insane. Misses his third Q. Is going to go
Ocean
down.
Soul, by the way.
Ocean Soul is keeping people alive right now. There's going to be it's over.
The Jax ended the game. I'm going to throw this out here. The Jax is ending the game. This was a 4v5 that Ocean Soul carried. Front and back, does not care about getting an ace. He does not care that Singular Bread was walking maybe 50 feet away from him. He's just going to finish the game because he can. That is going to be final boss. Eliminating all hope from TPO's lives. I mean, there's a chance to do it again, right? There's a chance that TPO can come back into things, but final boss, after what a fiesta that was to end the game so simply, honestly, that was like kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, I've never felt like so defeated as a caster before.
Should we take a break to revel in our misery?
Yeah, I think we need to take a little break, come back in. And see what happens for game 2. See how TPO recuperates. We're going to send it to a quick break, and we will be back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We've recovered from what we just witnessed, the massacre of... Is it mean to say the massacre of our eyes?
You can call it whatever you want. You can say you've recovered if you have. I don't think I will ever recover from that one, and I would be
Waking
shocked
up
if
in a cold
TPO
sweat.
are able to recover as well.
Waking up in a cold sweat of watching Paranoia leave the dragon to try and chase a kill and then dying?
Something like that. Something like that.
It's like that moment is like a blabber crabber. You know what I mean? Like that moment will live in infamy in Blue Water League forever. It'll be known as the whimsical, the whimsical silly little guy moment that will go down in the history of
Let's not.
Emerald League.
Let's
Let's
not.
I think it's important. I think it's important that we
It's the
accept.
fact that he was so low HP as well, man. Like he was like 200 HP going for that
And
play.
the dragon was full health.
He could just go to the dragon. He just hit the dragon because the enemy jungler's already dead.
Didn't he ult while he was hitting the dragon? Like he had started hitting
Yeah,
and left.
yeah.
So
he just
knew the dragon
turned
was
off the
full
way who
HP.
deleted him because he had 200 HP. It was depressing, as we are through our first iteration of bans, which will hopefully depress us a little bit less. Head into game 2. Syndra, Nico, and Mordecai is taken away by Final Boss. They take a Jinx on B1. TPO banning Shen, banning Caitlyn, banning Aphelios, but still a hyper carry found by Final Boss. And I'm sure they'll be happy with what they've got in their back pocket.
Yeah, Jinx coming in as a first pick. Always a nice one to see. I feel like Jinx is just your standard, beautiful ADC that just annihilates people with fish bones. You're going to have some nice missile strikes going forward onto TPO's bot lane, whatever they choose. What are you hoping to see from their bot lane this game?
I don't honestly know. I think based off of the hover, we could be seeing something like a Yanara Lulu. As there is no picture for Yanara, but I can see there's little like, words down there.
What do you want paired with Nara?
Typical pairings, Yanara Lulu. I feel like that's going to be absolutely fine, right? You don't have any engage, you can get that from elsewhere. I think Yanara Lulu, just put it in the bag, move on, take jungler on 3, or potentially look to jungler on 2, because now you have an immobile carry. Enemy team is a mobile carry. Jarvan exists, and Lulu Prio, I don't think is that high into a Jinx, especially with Rube being the one to play the support. They're more likely to look for something like the Thresh here on B2, and now you're giving over Jarvan B3.
Yeah, Jarvan coming out will be a very... Well, here's my thing. Do we like Jarvan jungle right now? Is it like good in comp?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. I'm gonna stop talking then. Because I'm like,
If enemy team has a mobile carry, you pick Jarvan. He's in that state.
So we're feeling Thresh Jarvan right now, then.
I think that's a very valid take. I think Yanara has a bit more mobility than like a Jinx, right? So like you could argue against it, but she doesn't have a dash to get out the pit, right? She doesn't have enough to get out the Cataclysm. She just kind of has to stick in there and duke it out. And that's not a fun place to duke it out, as Victor also apparently doesn't have a picture. We have some picture issues right now across the board, but Victor taking hit on 3 instead of the jungle, which I was hoping Final Boss would be playing towards. Fine to take a mid laner here. I feel like if you're looking at mid lane, then you could maybe go a little bit more aggressive. I think Ari exists and therefore should have been taken. Instead, you're giving it over, and that is a decision. I won't necessarily agree with it, but it was a decision.
It was a decision. Jarvan still on the table for both of these teams. Do we think we're going to see the Jarvan band away?
I think Final Boss almost have to now. With R4 being before B4, TPO, they also have a lot more mobility in their carries, right? The Victor, completely immobile. Jinx, completely immobile. Jarvan value is insane, and I'm honestly surprised that they're banning away the Malphite themselves. Unless they're looking to go very heavily AD top, I feel like they could threaten Malphite as their jungler as well here on 4. Final Boss not banning Jarvan. What do these guys have against my king? I do not know. But I feel like TPO banned away their second best choice here. If the Jarvan was banned, then you want a Malphite. Just jungle Malphite.
Is the Jarvan going to go away right here? It does. Jarvan officially banned away.
Good.
What do we think we're going to see the lock-in here for R4? Now that Jarvan's gone?
you gotta pick jungle. I feel like Whimsical Rat has a lot of games this year up at over 500. You can basically pick whatever at that point because the guy clearly plays a lot, and he's happy to be picking a Pantheon. Pantheon Ari has a very nice ability to playmake as well, right? So you have the ability to just go in, and that's all that matters a lot of the time. This is a very front foot comp here for TPO. As long as they can round that out with something that can maybe peel back just a little bit on 5, I think we're looking at a very solid draft. Final Boss, on the other hand, it's difficult to match Pantheon tempo. You could try and match his ganks, you can try and outfarm. Neither's going to go all too well. Very interesting to see what they do. They end up going tanky.
Sejuani coming out. Do we think that's Sejuani jungle or Sejuani top?
Should be jungle. I mean, we'll split the flex in just a second, but I think out of the responses to Pantheon, this is the one where you say, I don't care that you can hurt me in the jungle because I will live, and then I will have similar ganking potential with Glacial Prison, post 6. Pre-6, you still have quite a lot, as long as you have something melee in the top set at least to play around. I feel like Renekton on 5 here is great Final Boss. Solid blind pick. We'll see what they end up going towards. They are leaving it late.
They
missed it.
You know, sometimes you don't actually need a top laner. They're over.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good if you like just don't tell them. Garen?
Garen. It's Garen top.
Okay.
You have a reaction to that. Your face is making like a decision about their decision.
Yeah, well, Garen is very good as a counter pick. As a blind, he is abusable as a blind pick.
Would you say Zehan is one of the ones who can abuse him?
Honestly, kind of not. I feel like he may have just about slipped away with this one. This is not a good Zarhead matchup. Like, this is a good Garen matchup. Why have we done this?
I was gonna say, I feel like Garen ulting Zehan completely ruins Zehan's like passive. You just ult him early in the fight. Well, not early in the fight, but before he gets his passive up, and then you win.
Yeah, this is not a counter pick. Like, as in, the Garen wins a lot more than the Zarhen does.
Maybe they thought it was Garen jungle?
But it says Sejuani, they don't think that.
I don't know who would ever think that, but maybe they did. Maybe they did. I don't know anymore. I feel like everything I've ever known about League is going up in smoke right now.
Yeah, well, like to quantify like the level of counterpick that TPO have just chosen to take, Zarhen wins 45% of games into Garen. And that's like, lane state at that point, if you're losing 45% of games, that means that your lane state is awful. A lot of those games that you win will be because other people carried you.
Is it bad that I just think Zehan's like a better jungler than he is a top laner to begin with? Like, I don't know why we're picking
Pantheon top.
I feel like out of these two, I would rather have the Pantheon top than Zehan, but I don't think Pantheon top's good either.
But you need Pantheon in the jungle for his ability to gank. His tempo is just too good. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why would we do this?
Also, there's like their team comp as a whole right now from TPO is just it
was fine until 5.
It's something. You have no like Zehan's not a tank. You don't really have a front line. I guess you can kind of. Oh, like God.
This is not the era of League where you must have tanks, otherwise like the game is over, right? You can play 2 bruisers on top side with Enchanter as long as you have the engage, it's fine. But I think the issue is more so the fact they don't have the engage, right? Knowing they have a Garen does make those tanks a lot harder to just pick. I will freely admit that, but I mean, hey, you banned your own Malphite away from you at the end of the day.
Hear me out on this though, right? Like, what's easier to play? Your 2 bruisers with a Lulu, or standard front to back Garen, Jinx, Victor, Sejuani, Thresh? Like that comp to me is just like, you know what you're doing. You're surviving lane. You're waiting for Victor and Jinx to scale. You wait for the team fight. You front to back. You win the game. That's all you're doing. You're chilling. Mm-hmm. You're having a good time. And like I've always said this, especially like Emerald Leagues, Plat Leagues, ISBG, like even like Diamond to some extent. The team that has the easier identity to play tends to win. unless something crazy happens in lane, if you have a clear identity and you know how to play it, you win. I remember when split pushing was like a really heavy thing that like everyone was doing. If you had the split push identity and you were good at it, you win. If you have a front to back identity and you're good at it, you know how to play it, you win. If you have a pick comp and you're good at it, you win. You need an identity, you play your team identity, you win the game as long as you don't butcher lane phase. Right now, tell me, what's TPO's goal here? Are they like what do you?
They can skirmish. Like, their 4v4 is still quite nice, right? Let's put top aside because like they don't exist until like 20 minutes anyway, right? Pantheon Ahri, amazing mid jungle. You can we had a very similar comp earlier, right? Pantheon Ahri, you can play for your mid lane, or you can play for elsewhere, right? You don't just have to worry about the mid lane itself. You can move both of them around. You can Grand Starfall to a side lane, Roma's the Ahri to a side lane, and you can impact something like this Yunara Lulu. You can impact these Drake fights. That's what TPO should be looking to do. That 4v4 is solid. But like I then have to look at top lane again. And I'm sad because we just picked Zahen into Garen.
Yeah, you know what? The only way we can see what these two teams can do against each other is by going to the game. And the only way we can go to the game is if we call for break first. So we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break, and then we're going to see what the Zahan team can do. Maybe it is the key to TPO's first victory, but the only way to find out is stay tuned. So don't go anywhere, people. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back as we get into Game 2. Can TPO claim their first victory of the season, or will they be losing their spot in playoffs forever and ever and ever and ever? The only way to find out is by being here on the Blue Otter stream with me and Rue.
Yeah,
How
isn't that a dire pronouncement? The only way to find out is by watching more TPO games. I hope for their sake they have maybe some less blunders from what we saw in Game 1. That is a beautiful death sentence connecting very early on in this one. We do have a sub to point out head into this for both sides, actually. Yukor going to be piloting the Garant in the top side for final boss. Notorious coming in for the bot lane to help out the Yuna on the Yunara, taking the Lulu themselves, as it is a bit of a support by committee day. Singular Bread, a jungler by trade. Notorious, I believe, a top laner. Just trying to do everything they can to make sure they can field a roster today, as that is another death sentence from Rue. She absolutely loves playing this Thresh, and we can see why.
Zap slowing for days. We do have Pantheon in the area. Maybe we see a level 3 gank coming up. I was going to say, big Yukon fan. Yukon's been a part of the Elysium org at times as well. Yukon, what a great guy. He actually saved... I was outside on the street the other day.
I know you go before you even made the joke.
There was a bus full of puppies, and he not only ran into the burning bus.
Hold on, he may also be about to get in the world of it.
And now he used that fire to light up Zeon. And Zeon gonna go down. Bus and Boots gonna be
nice cleanse. Do they win this?
Whimsical getting completely annihilated, making his gank worth nothing at level 3. Notorious forced to use whatever ability gives him the shield that I'm blanking. Picks, help me, help Picks.
That was E after the damage took place, though, so it made him look even more precariously positioned. Now is incredibly low. No heal after using it earlier to keep Yuna alive, who's, by the way, also used the barrier. Burst and Poots, this is bold.
Zap goes forward, it's going to take the tower shot and dies. And just like that, the Fiesta has done between final boss and TPO.
But the lantern was there. The lantern was there the whole time.
Why would you trust? What do they tell you? They say don't get into strangers' vans. That's like taking a lantern.
Whose van is not? That's not a stranger's van. It's the van of safety. This ain't no white van man running around picking up kids. This is just like the safety of a Thresh.
No,
he's only going to trap your soul.
Well, he might. Yeah, I mean, trapping it. Like, I'm not a big fan of giving my soul to like stop myself from dying.
Clearly, neither is Burst and Poots.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Good job, Burst and Poots. I didn't have the right decision. Stay moral. Sun's coming up.
Another death sentence.
Getting pushed back further and further. Thresh, the absolute goat of this game. This time they did take the death sentence. They've gone back on their morals.
They took a lantern. Congratulations.
Oh, poor minion. Jared's just trying to feed his family, and you're hooking him to your lane so that he can die faster. That's messed up. Poor Jared.
Now, that is a proper death sentence there. Just absolute evisceration of that minion. Ishan getting the help right now of Zoran, who did use Flash on a play in mid, getting the Flash exchange there with Jack, who TP's back. Trying to get the push there was Sejuani sticking around a bit longer to help their mid laner out, but unfortunately not quite getting it done, as we will get a scoreboard as soon as it is available for us. Burst and Poots, can we not do this again, please?
Zap. There's the
maybe
stun.
killable.
There's another hit. They love playing right on the edge of tower range. Right on the edge. And sometimes they do it well, and sometimes they take 8 tower shots and die.
The less said about the latter, the better. It happens sometimes, I guess, when you play on the edge, you will get hurt. Or play with fire, you get burned. That's the one. These guys should not be given matches. That's what I'm going to have to end with there. Like, they are playing with way too much fire. These guys are arsonists.
Oh, I thought you meant they should be subbed out.
No, not. They shouldn't be playing matches. They should be playing with matches.
Pantheon getting ganked. We're doing a gank right now. As a flash forward from Notorious, didn't really feel needed, but he does go ahead and polymorph. And the death sentence that is the saddest thing I've seen in my life. I can't even say words. That is the saddest thing I've seen in my life.
And they're out.
That is the saddest thing I've seen in my life.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
That is...
You know the crazy thing? They're still walking back up to this wave as well. Like, the Pantheon could just still be here. He's not. This is going to connect to Notorious.
Notorious going to die. There's an excited Jinx. Jinx going forward. So is Roof. Pantheon gonna save Yunara's life.
No flash. Can't chase. Oh, pain and misery. These guys are crazy.
Misery.
These guys are crazy. I am shocked that they even went for that play. Just don't care at all anymore. Zorin matching Whimsical once more in the jungle. Whimsical a little bit of danger here. Gonna get permafrost.
Yeah,
Hello.
a lot, like, and here comes Ishan ready. I actually think you could have committed to that. I think we could have seen a little bit more committance there from Zorin. Maybe have some fun on the
Sejuani has
face
no
of
more
Pantheon.
CC after that though. Like,
Yeah, but like
they use the bump, they use the permafrost, and then it's just like it's just kind of existing near him and hoping you have enough. You're not going to bait him into sticking around. Ishan isn't going to get the gap close. I think just backing off, saving your own tempo. Definitely a fine play there. As Yikor is still the helicopter in the top lane after that first blood, I'm sure. A very happy helicopter.
Yeah, and we love a happy helicopter getting ready to line up and crash right into Aztec, doing just spinning for days. The Beyblade going forward. There's gonna be the Zehan ultimate gonna go forward, but isn't gonna do. Oh, Aztec gonna be able to find the world's greatest man.
Just not respecting the damage that Zahen can provide. Nice flay. Hold on.
There's gonna be a death sentence. There is no flash for Notorious here, as Fishbone's coming out and just vomits away on top of Notorious. Yuna getting some free damage.
Yuna trades back up though.
Rue, the first death sentence we've seen miss, I think.
Yeah, I mean, she absolutely loves playing Thresh, and there is a reason for it. She is annoyingly good at Thresh to play against, and very fun type of good Thresh when you're playing with it. And I think Mr. Poots kind of getting used to just how willing Rue is to just send it and make it work every single time it feels like, as we are.
Back in. There's going to be the decisive strikes.
yeah.
Judgment going forward. There's the spin to win. Flash forward from Aztec. It looks like he's going to get away with it. Yikok going to flash in. There's going to be the Demacia.
It worked!
That's how the Beyblade goes. After saving the school full of children on his base, he comes back and secures a kill against Aztec.
That worked. I'm so surprised to find out that worked. He just kind of walked at him and then carried on walking. And then he flashed after the guy flashed under the turret. Didn't care. Got knocked up. His ult animation cancelled briefly. That was close once more. Level 6 is hit in the bot lane. Ruse's going to walk forward and put a box down.
Dragon still on for Pantheon right here. As Sejuani showing
Zorin doesn't see it.
Is going to Q4. There's going to be the ultimate and misses. Glacial Prison not going to land, but still a very hectic fight for Notorious. Notorious going to go down. They're going to be excited. Jinx, can they find Yunara? They do. There's Pantheon ult finishing off the Jinx. Rue going to be turned around as well as Jack shows up. It's a 2-for-2 trade as Zarin able to successfully run the hell out of there.
For now, yes. Might not be able to successfully overrule. Jack trying to put on some more pressure. Actually going to force a flash on top of everything else that went down there. So no flash now for the Sejuani. The ult threat from out of absolutely nowhere greatly diminished.
Big fight. We do have an ultimate available for Zehan.
No justice.
If used, misses it.
There's no justice in the world.
Another decisive strike. Oh, the passive available. Aztec gonna be able to kill him without it as Yikok goes down and is sent right back to base.
There is no justice in this world. Yikor, his ultimate not off cooldown and just standing waiting. Oh, mercy boots!
Super mega death rocket under the turret. Good.
You're silent.
Aztec.
Your mic peaked so hard that we couldn't hear you after the rest of it. But that was insane. As now it's going to be even more pressure. Zorin is just taking a 1v1 with a Pantheon and just eats him as well for breakfast. Now we're down to a 2v2 in the bot lane because double ult's used again. These guys cannot get their hands off each other. Please, there are families watching.
Blue Otter League, Notorious family.
Oh no, I can't hear you right now. Your microphone has like died from you screaming. I cannot hear you.
Fully died.
Like you are like 10% volume.
Huh?
I don't know what happened.
Huh?
Oh, you're back. You're back. Welcome back.
Okay. Hello, welcome back. Thank you, Sure SM7B, for trying to cut me off, and the Discord, good old Discord noise suppression. Meanwhile, we see
this was a choice.
Under Mossy and Justice here.
It's gonna have respawn with the passive though. Maybe there's a chance. Hold on.
Does he survive? The ignite goes forward, but it looks like Zor. Oh my god!
Oh, guys, that's a Zahen. Guys, that's a Zahen.
Zorin, and Zehan gonna find the kill.
Oh, Aztec War Priest, what are you doing to these guys? What is happening in top lane? This is a Garen favored matchup by a lot because you can press your R before the passive is there. Aztec War Priest needed one more auto to get it. He hits it. He survives the initial burst as a result. And he's able to take the 1v2 walking into the grub pit as Ishan is very far forward as well. How far away are you? Jesus Christ. Are you talking from the other side of your room? Hello?
What is happening? I'm so confused.
I'm just gonna carry on until the stream can hear you because your microphone is doing some fun stuff right now. I'll be honest, but at any rate, game state is somewhat even still. Make it make sense. I beg. Kills. There have been a lot of them. It's a TPO versus final boss series. At this point, if you didn't see game one, this is what you missed. You missed more of this type of shenanigans. Early Drake has gone TPO's way, but it was quite late taken, so it's kind of your 13.5 is when it's going to respawning, talking a kind of very late soul at any rate, whoever takes it. Going to be very much delayed on that one, as Jungler's still looking around the place. Woundskrat does have a Grand Starfall potential look down towards bot, with the wave nowhere close. Bot lane also nowhere close, but Zorian has an idea of top.
Oh, there's going to be the Glacial Prism as Aztec goes immediately down to some Demacian justice.
Did you need to press that button?
Why not?
I feel like he was already dead.
For fun.
Okay. I appreciate the for fun, but he's still okay. Let's just keep on talking because fights.
There's gonna be the root. There's gonna be the root. Yuna gonna go forward, to already down to half health, but here comes Pantheon sliding in for the win. Butch and Pooch gonna be far enough under turret that he's not gonna get shot. Demacian Justice under the turret. There's gonna be some more damage going up from Butch and Pooch as Jack roams the fight a little bit late.
And without ultimate, he has no Spirit Rush. This is a fake roam from an Ahri. He did that. It's fine. Back to what I was saying about using Demacian Justice. We saw previously, when he didn't have his ultimate, the Zarhen was able to just kind of walk over him and get the kill back, right? Aztec War Priest was happy to do that the last time that Yikor had no ultimate and no ignite. I'm interested to see if he wants to go for the same again, because 311, the cooldown on this ultimate for Garen is actually like surprisingly long. We see it's still barely just got halfway back, as the Drake has now spawned back on the bot side. It's a positive play for that kill in top. It's a positive play as well in bot, because you are able to drag 4 players down against your 2 and hang on. But overall, it could even be a little bit better. Right now, Ecor's hit 11. You can throw that ult a little bit more kind of whenever you want, but Aztec War Priest has a small little window of opportunity where there is no Garen ultimate, and he might just be able to find another kill for free.
Yeah, as right now, Dragon being taken, it is that Ocean Drake. What soul are we hoping for this game?
Hoping for Hex Deck. We also hope for Hex Deck.
And we're
Should we
not
just
going to
fight
know for a
at the same
second.
time? Would you like to just fight everywhere at the same time, including using flashes?
Why not? Easy light work right now.
Chemtech.
Oh, there's going to be the Chemtech soul coming onto the Rift. Everyone's favorite soul, for sure. Death Sentence is going to go forward, but the flash is going to be used by Lulu, as Zoran, here to help if needed, isn't needed, as they're just chilling under the turret. They're just chill little guys chilling under the turret.
They are very calm, demure fellas, and they will be fine. Aztec War Priest might not be after using his flash very aggressively, but not being able to get the value. TP down to bot, though, might find some value.
Trying to go forward. Yeah, and it does look like Bush
Get
is going to get annihilated. There's going to be Rue trying to keep Whimsical Rat at bay. Zoran going to use the Glacial Prism to try to keep his teammates safe. Still on the run. Meanwhile, Victor chilling in the mid-wave, starting to walk a little bit, but he's chilling. Victor's been just a chill guy this game. He hasn't really had to do a whole lot. Meanwhile, topside, Aztec War Priest is going to get completely annihilated by some hard, cold Demacian Justice as Yika finding another kill. There's going to be the pull forward. Torin trying to get them under turret. There's going to be the death sentence. Both of them stunned up. Play backwards. Yunara down to 1. Auto attack away from death. The Whimsical Rat going to come in for the save. Finds the stun. Zoran finishing off victorious ZIP. Meanwhile, Whimsical Rat finds the kill on Thresh. It's now Zoran and Whimsical Rat for the battle of the ages. It's the 1v1. Mortal Kombat coming. But here comes an assist. Jack is here. Ishan going to be a little bit late to the game. Flashes to Ishan. There's going to be the gravity field finds a stun. Arcane Comet, bye-bye Jack, bye-bye to the whimsical rats.
Victor from Arcane just showed up. Victor from Arcane just showed out, pairing up with Jinx, the matchup we never thought we'd get to see, but they're playing so well together, it may as well just be canon at this point. Buss and Poots turns up for fireworks at the end, celebratory fireworks, if nothing else. Ishan finally leaves the mid lane, and when you get results like that, why would you not roam more? You just got 2 kills, your first 2 kills of the game on your first roam. Surely that's going to make you move around the map a little more, right?
Yeah,
As Notorious, so you want to be here.
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
Apparently, we just walk by the traps and we have a good time. We have a good time.
You know who's not having a good time?
Who's not having a good time?
Yuna. He has 84 CS.
Hey, that's like what?
Please, lawyer.
Five,
I'm
six,
interested to see what your
yes,
lawyer has to say. It's 5.
5 CS a minute. That's like half of what you should have. Death
Yup.
sentence going to go forward as the Chompers lay down Notorious, forced to walk forward. He's going to try to take the fight. There's going to be the polymorph onto Buss and Poots. Yuna getting death sentence. Can they find enough damage in their arsenal to win this fight? It does look like a big retreat coming out of the bot lane of Final Boss. I feel like we've been watching a lot of bot lane today. They're just constantly just going bang bang.
Many things happening. I'm getting a little bit dizzy from the number of plays that these guys seem to just be making, because making plays is a thing. I like the idea of looking for it there in bot. Doesn't quite work out. Aggression return. We are making more
Judgment
plays.
coming. Decisive strike. There's going to be the Grim Deliverance coming out of Zayon. Zorin coming forward as well. One day I'll switch my pronunciation. It's just not today.
I mean, you could try Zahen too if you want to.
No, Zahen just sounds weak. I feel like Zahan gives big, strong guy who murders in
Now you're mixing Zahen and Zorin at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, should I call him Zarin?
Yeah.
Zarin, come into the...
Yeek always found an angle here. Hold on.
Here, there's going to be the slow. Stridebreaker goes forward.
Ignite.
Demacian Justice available. The ignite happens. And Aztec trying to run away. Yikos saying, nah, I'm here. I'm ready. I'm back from stopping fires as a volunteer firefighter. And I'm going to find that Demacian Justice all over Aztec.
Press the ultimate. He's just tormenting him. He didn't need to wait. He could have just killed him. He waited to prove a point as Rue is caught up in the top. So it means that Grand Starfall down to bot is going to get the flash out of Buss in Poots. Good mitigation there of the Grand Starfall, but that's, you know, kind of a much shorter cooldown used there by the Pantheon instead of what the Jinx had to use. This is a hook angle. Why are we still walking up?
Bad angle for Buss though, who's got caught in between both of them. There's gonna be the stun though on Whimsical Rat. Big ultimate coming from Lulu, knocking them up. Whimsical Rat there. There's the Victor. Does so much damage. Arcane Comet gonna come out. Gravitation Field stopping the rest of the team from getting to Whimsical Rat. Whimsical Rat going to go down as the rest of his team bolting back to that red turret.
Red team's turret has been
Yeah, this isn't a game where you move with WASD, or at least it isn't, like, on this patch. I guess you can now, technically. But, like, I'm imagining the Pantheon just, like, pressing W. He has no S key. He just kind of went forward, and then when it didn't work, he went further forward. He just kind of kept on going forward until it didn't work anymore.
Yeah.
He ended up falling down, as maybe is to be expected when you keep just pressing forwards, but just consistent aggression here, not quite the call of the day, especially when the Drake has now spawned on the bot side. Zoran already in the back of the pit, and Notorious walking up face checking as Sejuani. I am scared for a Lulu.
Side. Goodbye, Lulu. There's going to be the stun as well onto Yuna, who's trying to run away, but can't run, quote, far enough from the Fury of North. Meanwhile, here's Demacian coming in, spinning Beyblade, and the Resurrect is going to come from Zahen, who drops the Grim Deliverance on Rue. Buss and Poots going to find Whimsical Rat. Very, very excited, as now the entire team is falling. Last one alive is Zahen, who is now hiding under a turret like the crying little guy he is. Should have locked him in Zhao.
Yeah, honestly, maybe going similarly to what we're seeing right now.
Oh, the turret's going to fall. Are they? Oh,
Yeah.
Commit to it.
He's fine.
I was excited.
He's a little bit too healthy for this one, though. Yiko does have maybe he isn't too healthy.
Demacian Justice goes through Yika after a hard day's work as a doctor saving underprivileged children, is able to find another kill onto the Aztec.
So he wasn't too far forward until he then walked up in the 1v2, including one of the two being the Garen that counters him directly. Nice hook again from Rue. Hold on.
Oh, there's going to be the ultimate coming in from Whimsical Rat. They do find Jinx. The 1-for-1 trade shut down from Yuna. And now Rue walking away. Just big plays. Oh, there's going to be another summit.
Zoran's running.
I'm here. I'm going to my turret. Zoran comes in. Here they go. The Death Sentence under the turret, and it's just stunned for days. Frostbite does not matter if you're going to try to keep him alive. It's in the glacial prison. Oh, but the TP coming in. They've drawn out a TP to save the Whimsical Rat. Zoran trying to run back to the turret. Aztec going to pull him back. Doesn't matter. He's committing. He's committing. The Death Sentence misses. Finds the kill. Finds the kill. Walks away. Walks back into the turret. There's going to be an ultimate from Zoran, who finds Rue. But Ishan is here for this fight. The passive is available for the Aztec Warpriest.
Is it?
No, it's not.
I think he already used it.
He's just full stacks. He has no passive. The tower shot's going to go through. He's going to go down. He does find 2 kills, but he does die. Yika now here. And Jack gonna miss the stun as Yika just gonna Beyblade all over his face. The flash forward. Is he not gonna continue the chase? Is he gonna continue the chase? He wants to. Yika's gonna do it. He's gonna dash right under that turret. He's gonna keep going. Charm goes for it. He's gonna keep going. It doesn't matter. The Beyblade is spinning, and if he's spinning, he's gonna go on the second turret. It's Yika here. This man has saved farm from closing down. Oh, he's fine. Nah, he's not. He just wanted to make a...
He may be all these impressive things, all these wonderful things, but he is not a marathon sprinter. This guy is like... what the hell am I saying? Marathon sprinter? That's not even a thing. He's not a marathon runner. He's not using Molt. He's not this new guy who just runs the sub 2-minute marathon as well. He is neither of these things. He is fast, but he's not fast enough, even with a Phantom Dancer at his feet. Doesn't quite close the gap in time, and that will be the escape for Jack. I feel like the sword could have fallen from the sky, like... earlier?
Probably.
But
it's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. We didn't need that kill. That kill is not important to the final boss. So we're 23 and 14. 7,000 gold up.
Yeah. I just looked up there. How, that is a crazy lead that's developed. Ishan might prove the gold lead to be fake.
The stun's not going to hit when there's CC immune there. Can he get away? There's going to be the secret safety from the Thresh waiting in the wings, and the Aztec Warpriest down again.
Bye-bye.
Meanwhile, Yika in the bot side after a long day's work being a lawyer for tons of people who can't afford it. He finds another kill in that bot lane.
Bro, you were the lawyer earlier on. I don't know what you're talking about him being a lawyer, but that was just... Oh, what a hook!
There's going to be a huge death sentence into the choppers. Goodbye, Notorious TLP. Meanwhile, Garen split pushing on the side. Another death sentence.
Get over here!
Bro, hire this person for Cloud9. Like, Rue is fire.
Bro, Mortal Kombat film's just getting out, but Rue's saying get over here more than anyone else will in that damn thing. I've never seen someone accept fate so much as we just saw, by the way, from Jack. Literally just realized, oh, I did this. My bad. I walked too far up in the side lane. I guess the Garen gets to kill me now. Didn't even bother trying to run away. He just kind of died with a whimper. I would have liked to see him at least force out the Demacian Justice, because there's level 17.
It's a 2v1 now, but level 6 Garen, after a long day work feeding the homeless, he finds another kill onto the Aztec Warpriest, and now he is going to finally get to nap for a little bit after dying. 9 and 4 is the generous Prince Yika.
I feel like we started like talking about the what's the Trinity killer from Dexter, like all the nice things he does, and he just keeps on doing this in the background.
Hey, even Gus Fring used to donate to the police, you know?
Bad guys can be good people too, right?
That's what I'm saying. Being a criminal does not make you a bad guy. Meanwhile, talk about being a bad guy. Ishin using Arcane for bad as he's annihilating the enemy team. Yunara, the last one alive, and could this be it? Is Final Boss finally going to put TPO to bed? 10,500 gold in the lead, turning into 6,000 with, or 11,000 with this inhib.
Surely there's no way, right? There's no way they can hold this. Unit and Aztec Warpriest have it all to do. Zahin may have his passive up by now, but I'm not sure it'll be enough.
No, it won't be, as he is going to go forward. He's on top of Puss and Poots. Does find one kill, saying, I'm pulling it back here. Wait a minute. Aztec Warpriest
They're already
trying his best. He's not committing to the fight. Pulled an Olaf and got scared. Ran away.
They're out, though. The hell?
He saves the game. He saves the game as they're only going to get the consolation prize of a third Chemtech Dragon, which Rue told me is his favorite dragon and soul in the game.
Yes. Orcs would also agree with you from the LCK. Everyone loves Chemtechs.
Mm-hmm.
It's
really good. Oh, wait, the Death Bush. The Death Bush. Yika waiting. There he goes.
This is a bad
no.
push.
They got pulled back. There's going to be the blast going away.
It's just a 2v5.
I think they win it.
They might. And that's kind of scary in its own way.
Yiko gonna flash over the wall right onto Jack, and after a long day of driving people without jobs to the job fair center, is gonna find another kill.
Downtown
goes forward. Notorious gonna go down after Yiko's busy schedule of giving away all of their gold lead to homeless people who are in need. Meanwhile, they're gonna earn back some more gold for that fun by killing Aztec Warpriest. Aztec Warpriest is a victim. He is a victim. He is an absolute...
Yeah, no, he chose this!
Oh,
He's the victim.
Right into the fountain, and after a long day of saving people drowning at sea, Yika finally gets the rest with a victory in his hand.
Yika, the lifeguard, the savior of the series, comes in for one game and absolutely runs the place. By the way, you called him a victim. You called Aztec Warpriest a victim. He chose the Zahin! He chose this matchup!
Absolute victim. The one person Yika didn't save. Maybe Yika did save him though in the end. He showed him to never lock in Zahan or Zahen or whatever you want to call him into Garen.
Yeah.
He told him never to do it. He taught him a valuable life lesson. It's unfortunate it happened on the stage, but he taught him a valuable life lesson. Thank you, Yika, for the life lessons to both Aztec and all of the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, some people prefer the carrot. Yiko clearly prefers the stick method of teaching. Just absolutely wails on this poor guy. Relentless, ruthless aggression. Premium John Cena could not have stopped that. This Garen was absolutely disgusting.
If it works, it works. If it works, it works. And now that's a 2-0 victory to Final Boss, bringing their series record to 2-3. And of course, TPO now officially 0-10.
We made it, folks. We made it.
0-10. That is double digits. That's the power spike. They could win their next two games and be in playoffs.
Yeah.
The power spike is there.
If they are Yasuo, then yes. I'm not sure we can liken TPO to Yasuo, though they do seem to have produced a good amount of wind this game.
They had a chance. Now let's just remember they had a chance. Remember, everyone, let's remember the greatest play that happened across the series.
Do this to me right now.
Dragon and Nocturne.
Do this.
Into the mid lane. Never forget. Never forget.
5-3. Never forget.
Rue, is there any who's?
No.
Who would you say is the MVP?
No. No.
Who would you say is
No.
the MVP?
No. No
of this
answers.
series?
You don't get answers now.
Who's your dark horse? Who did the best? Who do you think was the best player in the series? Who do you think was the dark horse of the series? And who do you think was the worst?
I'm
Give me the
not
worst.
answering that last one. I think for having played, if it was just that last game, then we can definitely say the Garen, naturally, right? But the fact that Yiko wasn't in game one kind of dispels them from overall player of the series contention. And I think that slack is taken up by Becca or Game Tag Rue. She was insane on that Thresh, as she always is. I'm surprised that isn't banned more. And game one as well, she was doing absolutely everything that was required off the Seraphine. Even when it starts to fall off in those later fights, still has the value of the Encore. And I'd be happy to see her play that again as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's valid. I think those death sentences were absolutely insane. Still had a pretty good game one as well. who do you think was the best player on TPO this series? Who's your dark horse on TPO? Like who do you think you would be like, damn TPO, if you were gonna win a game, it was because of you.
I was pleasantly surprised at Orianna in game 1. I did not expect it to be going as well as it did. Bearing in mind, Orianna, I'm going to check some win rate stats right now. It's not nice in solo queue. This is not solo queue. Let's put that out there. But it requires a lot of champion mastery, and it's winning 48%. So it may have increased a little bit with the new runes that have come out because the new phase rush is just kind of better. But it's still not in a great place, and the fact they're able to do as well with it as they were, obviously Nocturne pairing does help things out, but the less we talk about the Nocturne, probably the better for both of our sanities. And then the Ari in game 2 as well. Like that was definitely a bright spot until Jack decided that he had lost the game, at which point he was just happy to accept whatever happened. I'm thinking especially of the time that he walked down into bot, saw the Garen, and then just kept on walking into his demise instead of like spirit rushing away and trying to force out a flash from the Garen or something if he wanted the kill. He just kind of let him do it, and then he didn't have to burn the ultimate either. That kind of dispels him from Dark Horse rankings for me as well. Yuna's always kind of there or thereabouts. He does his absolute best, but it just was not enough in the end, and I can't say Aztec War Priest because he chose Zahid into Garen, and then that happened. So
your favorite
I
match?
guess Yuna?
All right. Well, congrats, Yuna, for the unofficial Dark Horse from Ripperoo. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be... I don't think we have any other matches after this, right? This is just...
That is done so for the day.
So
that's done so for the week.
Thank you for tuning in to the week. Rue, of course, here all day. I believe you also did a solo cast earlier. So that's...
not quite.
Was it
not
close?
Quite.
Was it solo cast for a bit? What happened there?
We'll just move on. Carry on.
Anyways,
finish off the
end. Very impressive. So everyone, give Rue a thank you for like all day just casting. Your voice is still alive too. Very, very impressive. And I was Romeo, of course. We were produced today by NGL. So thank you guys so much for watching. And we're gonna go out. That was the outro.